gosh, it's been a little hectic. Whew, y'all. Let's see who's in the chat. Hey, Mystic Reads. Hey, Megan. Oh my goodness. So today is definitely going to be an interesting one. I can tell y'all right now, if you are, a firm stand for the Bayhive, you might want to leave now. Not gonna, try to hate or shade on Beyonce, but there was something that I saw in the chat when people were discussing her hair care line. And I felt like it was something worth discussing with you guys because a lot of people are spiritually misled, and I don't want anybody who follows me to face some kind of spiritual consequences because you just don't know. Also, we're going to tap into the energy around the Tory Lanez case. And I got a question for y'all. For everyone that is in the chat, I want to see how many of y'all paid attention or how many of you actually know, your musical history and you know about Billboard and Billboard history. Megan broke the record not once but twice in 1 week with Billboard. I want to see who in the chat can tell me exactly how she broke the record twice in 1 week. Let's see. Hopefully this light is not disturbing y'all. It makes it a little easier for me to see my cards on the table. Let me see. And to everybody who tipped me last week through Cash App, thank you so much because y'all bought these PJs and y'all got me my snacks for Fat Tuesday, which I ain't giving up nothing this year for Lent because I feel like I gave up everything I needed to in 2023 because that year, whew, honey, that year was doing some things. So thank you so much. Thank y'all for the PJs. They cute, y'all. Let's see. I want to see how many more people we can get in here before I get started. Oh, it's a lot of y'all in here. See, YouTube playing. They wasn't even showing me everybody commenting in the chat at first. Um, I've been hearing from a lot of you that you haven't been getting your alerts to let you know that I'm going live. So I always put up a message on my community board. Let's see, I don't like the way this light looks on the camera. There we go. I always put up a message on my community board to let you guys know that I am going live so that, you'll know just in case YouTube is playing with the algorithm some kind of way. Let's see. Sherman, hey baby, how are you? Hey, Miss Ken. Stephanie, hey sweetie, how are you? Sharika, hey. Thank you. Said you follow me on Stationhead. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm trying to get on all platforms, so over the next week, that's what I'll be doing. Eventually, I'll be on Spotify. I was working on getting on StreamYard today, but StreamYard has a weird process. Like when you get the app, they make you go to their website so that you could actually stream through StreamYard. And I was running a little behind and I didn't want you guys to wait on me too long because I do love the idea of having a panel. I thought that was a great idea. Hey, Avid Chatter. Hey, Queen B313. Let me make sure I ain't missing nobody. Let's see. Hey, Sandra. Hey, Patricia. Hey, Lionel. Hey, it's Lily. Uh-oh, wait a minute. There we go. Got the camera going every which way. Hey, say, Miss Zoe. Okay, Miss Zoe knows what's up. So to everybody that can see Miss Zoe in the chat, Miss Zoe hit the nail on the head, okay? I just asked the question about Megan breaking records with Billboard twice in 1 week. She broke 2 epic records in 1 week. But because they're working on building up, her social media appeal, we're not hearing about the second record she broke. So yes, shout out to you, say hey Miss Zoe, the biggest Billboard drop in the history of Billboard. Hey Miss Elizabeth, DeMarcus mom, hey sweetie, how are you? Blessings to you. And when I say the biggest drop, guys, there's only one artist in hip hop that's had a drop that's remotely close, and it's still not close. It was Kendrick Lamar. Um, for those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, okay, Sharika, you got it. Megan debuted at #1. As far as hip hop, that's only been done, on a solo song with Lauryn Hill and Nicki Minaj, who both tied at 11 weeks at #1. Megan literally, before the week was out, guys, not the end of the week, before the week was out, she fell out of the top 100. The song dropped so fast, it ended up under the 200. It literally cannot be found right now anywhere near the chart. That has never happened in the history of music, let alone hip hop, R&B, urban contemporary, you name it. So that right there was somebody who commented on my message board last week that said, apparently we didn't know how the charts worked. And my comment to them was, I understand how marketing packages work. Now, I'm not going to say allegedly, because I know when you get marketing packages, because I used to work behind the scenes. For all of you that are new, my day ones, they know this. Marketing packages get you placements on the radio. It gets you placements for awards depending on the packages that are purchased. And it also gets you placement on charting. Okay? Depending on what your label, your parent company, the subsidiary, is willing to pay for in the marketing package, determines how long you'll keep those numbers. Usually what they do is they'll put you in a certain placement, and then they'll have, the blogs and their PR go out and push so that they could push your fans to pick up the speed. And as your fans pick up on purchasing and streaming your music, they can pull back on the marketing and it looks more organic. And either you'll only fall like, maybe 4 or 5 places in placement, or what we just witnessed, you'll completely drop off the face of the earth. Unfortunately for her fans, they love to engage with her socially, but for some reason they don't like to spend money. And because they didn't stream her enough and they didn't spend any money, we saw what the song actually would have done without media marketing and placement. Now, funny enough, Bigfoot is still placing almost 200 spots ahead of Hiss. for everyone who said that, okay, I didn't like excuse me, not his, I didn't like Bigfoot. Bigfoot was terrible. Nikki could have done better. Well, Nikki is doing better. And not only is she doing better, she's approaching, I want to say, 2 billion streams. Not 2 million, 2 billion streams. That's crazy, y'all. 2 billion streams. But these same blogs and these same PR firms that put it out there that his was breaking all these records, notice they're not even speaking about it now. And the sad part is the majority of the sales for this album, I want to say, because somebody sent me the playlist for this album. I want to say that it was called Slither. The majority of the placement for this entire album is going to ride on his. So without any further ado, y'all, this is definitely going to be an interesting year for organic versus marketing. Who's going to win? Organic sales and streams, or big business and marketing and streams? So hold on, let me. Yep, Mystic reads, absolutely. Justice for Us. Let's see, a record to hit number one so fast and then fell 27 points from number one. Justice for Us, it fell more than 27 points. It is under the 200s. It is under the 200s. Never will you see this again. Stephanie said, what's up with the Station Head channel? The Station Head channel is going to be more of a vlogging channel where I can just go ahead and speak, because I don't just, I don't just depend on these. I really am a medium in our channel. So, there's topics that I'm going to want to tap into and discuss that YouTube will not let me get into, because you have to be extremely, I'm not going to even say politically correct. You have to be extremely careful with certain buzz and trigger words on YouTube. And it's not even that you're saying anything bad. It just literally will take you completely out of the algorithm. And I like to be open and honest and share with you all from a real place. And I like all of you to be able to share with me the same. I don't expect anybody to have the same, vantage point on things, because all of us, we didn't come from the same place, but we can all still learn from one another. So it's going to be very intriguing, guys. I did the reading on Beyonce the other day, and I told you all that country music was going to literally be coming for her head, because her and her husband have kind of like set off a powder keg. Pardon me, everybody. I forgot to light my candles. So, she's charting, Beyonce's charting. She's the first black woman of color to chart at number one in the country music charts in the United States of America, which is interesting because if you don't know, country music actually started off black. So to see that happen during Black History Month is just like, okay, that's a wow moment. But, you got a lot of people who are not willing to, just making sure that this incense don't fall over. You got a lot of people who are not willing to lose the art form that they feel belongs to them. And it's starting to look like it's a war brewing behind the scenes, because a lot of people, it's not even that she's doing country music, it's the way that she decided to go about it. They feel like it's a Gestapo type situation. They don't like that, she kind of hit them with the get down or lay down, the way she came in, on top of the fact that, her husband said some things that did not fare well with the people of country music, because we all know that Taylor Swift is the darling of country music. And if it's going to be anybody outside of Taylor Swift that is on top in that spot, it's going to be Miley Cyrus, because of her alignment, who her family is, how they have everything set up to go. So, let's see. Let me go back in the chat. Hey, Kendra. Oh, Lord, you say you here and tired. Well, I'm glad you made it. Hey, Onyx Queen. Stephanie says, I downloaded it today. Thank you. Saw what she put in the chat. Okay, I don't know what I missed, so I ain't gonna worry about it. Okay, I see all of you saying hello to each other. It's a true definition of crashing out. It's going to be very hard for them to organically push Megan Thee Stallion's album now, because vlogs have changed. Because now you have people who have possibly retired from music that have charted, that have worked with PR teams and A&Rs, and they know how this works, and they've seen what happens when a media package and a rollout is put together versus somebody purchasing a placement. So when you have a Joe Buttons, when you have people on that level who are commenting and they feel like it's not organic, but it happened, how do you sell to these same people when the next couple of singles come out that it's an organic push, because they already don't believe it? So, these people, they're not going to be as willing to give a little extra nudge on their review, because they already feel like you came through and bought your success. So this was one of the worst things that she could do, especially because it's attached to a diss record. It'd be different if she went number one for possibly the Cobra song, because the Cobra song was, she took shots at Party, but how many people in the industry value a Pardison Fontaine on the same level as a Nicki Minaj? It would have just been considered like a one-off. Even like, what was that, Forbes magazine, y'all? Even Forbes got a little shady with it, and they put it in their header on the story that Megan got her first number one with the help of Nicki Minaj and her antics. And when I read that, I laughed, because I knew that wasn't going to stay up for long. And I was right. Within like an hour or two, honey, a phone call was made and they had to change that up. They had to change that up immediately, because the last thing they wanted to do was have a reputable publication like a Forbes say that she could have never done it without a push from Nicki Minaj. So now that number one is always going to look like a feature from Nicki, even though Nicki wasn't on the song, which is a diss in itself to Megan, because it's like, if you put this out here, if you were able to do this, Do it again. How many times can you get to number one again? And can you get to number one and stay at least in the top 20? Like, I looked at, I want to say the top 10, the top 20 for the last couple of weeks, regardless of everything that's happened. And when it comes to the rap girls, Doja Cat has consistently set in that top 10 for a very long time with, what's the song, Agora Hills? So somebody has to be streaming and requesting Doja for her to sit that long in the top 10, possibly top 20, and she's been there for weeks. That's when you know it's not all a marketing package, because those marketing packages to get you in the top 10, let alone the top 5, you're talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars. And they don't just spend that type of money. When they spend hundreds of thousands of dollars, all of that ends up coming back to the artist, or the artist has to recoup that money. So that means just for Megan to get this number one, Megan is in debt. We're talking about millions of dollars in debt, because they did this as a global push. How much airplay is this song getting around the world, not just in the United States, because they had her placed high globally because they knew everybody knows Nicki. Nicki is a global name. So to make her go number one in all these different markets, it's like, okay, you got traction. So now when we release the rest of this music, you'll be able to chart. But that's not necessarily so. She's gonna have to come out with some good dance music from here on out, because the first one was depressing as hell, and now you got the next one as a diss, and you being sued for the diss. Hey, Jasmine C. Let's see, Miss Ken. I feel like it was paid number one. I'm telling you from my experience in marketing and what I used to do behind the scenes, it was a part of a marketing package for sure. Hey, Alicia's Life. Hey, Chrissy. The marketing package must have ran out because the bots haven't showed up yet. So look like it's just us, y'all. Let's see, Queen B313. Thanks for the industry education. You're welcome, love. Like, this is definitely what I used to do for a living. I did this for well over a decade. So when it comes to numbers, when it comes to placement, when it comes to paperwork, I'm your girl. I know how this works. That's how I knew when Megan had made those complaints about 1501 and her contract that she was not telling the truth, because the epic contract that she got that we'll never see in the industry ever again was the one that she got with Carl Crawford. You'll never, ever, ever again see an artist, unless they own their own company, come in and get a 60-40 split where they get the 60, they get to keep all of their show money as long as they're doing club events, they're not doing major arena shows, and you get, rights to, masters. You're never going to see that again. That was damn near impossible to get. She's coming in with no proof that she has the ability to move units, and she got a deal like that. That was the historic deal. Jay-Z was in the game, I want to say, for well over a decade, y'all, before he got 50 cents a unit. And this is back when they had pure sales. So you got to think about, if the CD was 16, 17, $18, right? No matter how much they charge for that CD, let's just say the CD is $17. He only got 50 cents out of that $17. So imagine if it was a 40-60 split, how much money he would have got off of each unit. Just imagine that. Had she stayed with Carl Crawford and just worked her way up and got her name up, did her features, Megan would have been a multimillionaire coming out of the so-called Chitlin circuit. And then when she decided to graduate and go to the big leagues, her deal would have been so much bigger and so much better because you've already showed that you have the propensity to move the units, you have the fan base. Because when you get into the big leagues, guys, it's bigger than just a 360. Because 360 used to just be off of your music. Now you can't do a show without them getting money off your show. You can't sell merch without them getting a percentage out your merch. Commercial deals, branding, all of that. They get a piece of everything. If somebody gives you a roll of tissue, somebody's going to show up to get some squares out that tissue. That's the way the deals are set up now because there is no more pure sales, not like it used to be. Once everything went digital, the industry started crashing. Um, some of you, I don't know if you're old enough to remember Napster. Napster damn near completely killed the entire music industry because they allowed everybody to just go ahead and download all the music they wanted to hear for free. Napster and LimeWire, if you wasn't afraid to get viruses on your computer. But that's where Apple Music was birthed from because they had to come up with an idea to circumvent Napster because there was no more sales. Any and everybody could go to the internet, download their music. They had to, try to catch people for piracy, and believe it or not, yes, people, had police coming knocking on their doors for downloading music. It got that serious because the industry was losing billions, not millions. Let's see. Say, what about all those other black females that sing country music? Thank you for mentioning that, Patricia, because I had mentioned that in my reading that there is a huge upswing of people of color, especially black women, who are now singing country music. So if you actually are into the genre, you would know this long before Beyonce picked up a mic, long before K. Michelle decided that she wanted to do country. There had been a group of black people in particular who were getting into country music. Y'all, there's even a version of country music where they have country trap, believe it or not, country trap music. So it was evolving either way it went. It is not, it wasn't necessarily about Beyonce doing country. There's a pecking order in which they like things done. And her husband are circumventing the pecking order. And the people who are in control of that pecking order are not about to let them jump the line without consequence, if that makes sense. Hey, Trina. Hey, Michelle Foster. Hey, Princess Pooh. Let's see. Say, I think her husband caught wind of her getting ready to leave him, and he's behind the push to do the country album. Um, well, they were secretly separating anyway. I'm going to say this as allegedly avid chatter. Allegedly, he's next up to possibly be exposed, and she wants to separate herself so that she doesn't take a hit. Now, country music, it's almost like it's a distraction. She knows she's not going to get that album of the year doing what she's doing. And country music is making a huge comeback because it used to be the number one uh, platform for music globally until hip hop took over and dethroned country music. So now they're trying to put country music in a position to be the number one music around the world again. And they, like I said, there's a pecking order. There's a way that they want this to go. It's not that they don't want people who look like us to sing country music. They want to preserve how people see country music. Now, this is something I wanted to address. I was over at was it Millie's misinformation page, because y'all know that they've been messing with her and her social media on IG. Every time Millie get a little too close to certain information, they get to trying to play with her social media. But she had posted, I want to say, like the advertisement for Beyonce's hair care line called Sacred. And I was reading the comments, and a lot of people were thrown off by the name of the products because she had said something about like a ritual shaking bottle, and everything had these like mystic, magical names. Everything was attached to some kind of magical energy, and people were just like, "Now look, now I ain't buying nothing that say ritual this, and I'm not doing this, and I'm not doing that." And I saw a comment where a young lady had said that, well, she studies the 7 African powers. And when I saw that, it struck me as odd, because had this person have truly been enlightened about the 7 African powers, or multiple different types of ways of studying spirituality, they would know that the 7 African powers are not going to help support a lot of the things that Beyonce does. And it's not about her being a black woman. You got to realize, when you tap into, spirituality that is ethnically based, especially African spirituality, those orishas, those deities that you're tapping into, if they see you mistreating people that look like you, or people that come from the area in which they reside over, they are not going to support you. Now, I want some of you to think about around the time of the Lion King album, because I believe that Beyonce was trying to make that album become the album of the year as well. And that was a very good album. It was a solid album. She went and tapped into more so like world music and Afro beats. And there was turmoil over in the continent. I want to say more so over in like Nigeria, and that area closer to the coast. And a lot of the African people who were so happy that Beyonce had came over and she had made this visual album for the Lion King album, they were very upset with Beyonce because she didn't use her platform to speak on behalf of what was happening to them, to give them support. And there was a African artist by the name of Tiwa Savage who called Beyonce out for being quiet and not voicing her opinion and support. And as Tina always does, Tina came to, run to the rescue to defend Beyonce. And that always stuck with me. So, how do you sit here and say somebody studies the 7 African powers, but they won't take that one power that they have, which is their influence, their voice, to speak up for the atrocities of the African people who originally served the 7 African powers? You can play in the people's face, but you cannot play in the spirit realm's face. When you get to playing in the spirit realm so that you can use certain energies to get what you want and what you need, those energies have the right to end the contract with you, to no longer work with you, or to take vengeance on behalf of them feeling insulted by you. So I felt like that was necessary for me to mention that, because you can't get out here and play in the spiritual realm when here it is. Here's the 7 African powers here. And if that's what she taps into privately, then that's her business. But when you tap into that energy and you're asking the African Orishas to assist you, but then when you go public, we see you tapping into Eurocentric energies. The powers that got you where you are come from Eurocentric magic and energies. That's a conflict, y'all. Even if if you're solely someone that reads the Bible, God always tell you you cannot serve 2 masters. You're going to have to pick and choose. So there's going to be a spiritual conflict if you're tapping into African energy while functioning in a Eurocentric energy. So let me, oh, thank you. Said you love my nails. Said, do you like Taylor Swift? Oh, here go the spamming. I spoke too soon. Said his was 95% US based. You are absolutely right. Who was that? Michaela Easley. You are absolutely right. Jai Davis, you're so cute. Y'all, I spoke too soon. Looked like the bots was late to the party. Lucy and Lauren Twitter has a great angel's kiss. Well, that's not me if you saw something on Twitter. Yes, Mystic Reeves, I'm just getting to what you said. Yes, the bots let me get warmed up. They showed up late. Oh my goodness. Hey, Sonia. So it looks like Megan got hoodwinked out of a decent deal and got starstruck with Rock Nation. Yeah, I agree, Queen B313. Absolutely. Boat station hacker. Hi, I just got here. Did you bring the bots with you? Oh, goodness. So should you donate? I don't ask for donations, baby, only if you choose. Yes, I was a LimeWire girl back in the day. So you know exactly what I mean by LimeWire infecting your computer. you you know, it, damned if you do, damned if you don't with LimeWire. You'll mess around and get the album of the year and the virus of the year, and then mama be ready to kill you when she get home. Free. Oh my goodness, this LimeWire was filled with odd, we'll say adult content. And it usually was attached to some kind of spam that would mess around and put all types of viruses on your computer. Yeah, so that's why Nikki had to fight for streaming from Kimmy. Well, see, here's the thing with Nikki. Nikki actually has a fan base that organically purchases and streams. I saw somebody mentioning Taylor Swift in the chat. I know it was a bot, but Taylor and the Swifties turn up. They do. They spend money. They they definitely stream, and it goes a long way. And Megan Swords, I like the PJs. Thank you. Everybody that donated last week to my Cash App, y'all bought the PJs. Thank you. Black people birth country music. Beyonce sucks at it though. Ooh, ooh, listen, listen, Bree Bree. Wait a minute. I was watching something earlier. I want to give credit to this YouTuber, but it was my first time watching him, so I apologize, y'all. I don't remember his name. I knew he had to be a barb, though. That I could tell you for a fact. He got to talking about Beyonce's song, and he said he was saying he called it 16 cigarettes. Y'all, I almost threw my whole damn juice up in the air. I laughed so damn hard. I said 16 cigarettes. Like shit, that's a trailer park country song. He corrected himself though. But 16 cigarettes. That's actually that song would be fire. Like, look, don't test me. I only got 16 cigarettes. Oh my goodness. Okay, I know this might be a bot. I'm not sure. It said, "What's my favorite country song?" I'm not really big on country music, but I am a fan of Dolly Parton. I like what she did with Jolene. I love the fact that she wrote "I Always Love You" and what she allowed Whitney to do with it. Outside of that, I would probably say like Black Velvet. Says she's always going down too. She had a hand in Aaliyah's demise and made sure Kelly didn't rise as high as she did. Have it chatter, you coming out swinging. Says Beyonce hair products was weird. Kimmy, I'm gonna just tell you like this. When I saw the pictures for her hair products, it made me feel like it was the prototype for a marketing launch. Like, say, for instance, you have a meeting and they say, well, what type of packaging would you like? And they show you, random blank packaging. That's what it looked like to me. It just looked like if you're starting a product line and you pick out some bottles with no advertising or anything. It's like, oh, okay, I want the ones that look like hotel soap. That's what it looked like. It looked very plain to me. It didn't look finished. It didn't look like real thought was put off into it. Because I thought at first it was a leaked picture, because I'm like, okay, well, this can't be it, because it looked so blah. It was so bland. But it was. And ain't no telling how high that damn shampoo and conditioner is going to be with those boring packaging. But hey, Lord, y'all working me y'all working my people out over here. These trolls, they let's see. Hey, Zesty Fireman. Oh, it's your birthday. Happy birthday, Zesty Fireman. Many blessings to you. And I want to say thank you to all of my moderators, because Lord knows y'all doing the work of God out here. I need to get y'all some swords or something, because these bots are these bots are strong. It says, but his didn't go #1 worldwide. Let's see, Tatino. I want to say, I think I'm saying that right. It didn't go worldwide, but what they did was, which was very strategic. They made it go #1 in certain places that were ports for music globally. Like, say, for instance, right? You go overseas. For hip hop, the New York overseas is the UK. So if you hit the, I want to say, you got what, 7 continents. If you can get a number one in at least 4 of the continents, which would be considered the major hub for where you go for that type of music in that corner of the world, then it counts, for those total regions, right? Because even when they decide that they're going to take your music, and this is some old school stuff, but I think they still do it. Back in the day when they used to take artists' music and pirate it, meaning they would, you know, burn your CD, repackage it, possibly put all new artwork on it and sell it and get the money and you don't get anything. They would do this per region, right? And low key, different record labels actually pirated their own artist music so that they can get money on the front and on the back end. So if they're hitting these places that are the hubs, then they're expecting that eventually it will be a groundswell, which will make people become more interested. And then you could possibly send Megan overseas to these places, and you could, say to the public she's on a world tour. Even if she goes to 3 different places around the world, they will play with that language all day and say she's touring the world. They're not going to tell you she went to one spot, and then from that one spot she performed at 2 to 3 bars over there. But that's how marketing works. Spin is crazy that way. And see, Jasmine C, right, but she wanted to monetize off of the culture and the music. Okay, I think you're talking about Beyonce. Y'all, sorry about this camera. I'm trying to keep it steady. Uh, they will tear that butt up when they feel like they're being played with and your offering will not be accepted. You are absolutely right, Avid Chatter, and that's exactly why you do not play in the faces of the spirit realm. You either give them their full respect or you leave it completely alone, because you could end up becoming your own offering. Let's see, Elizabeth said, my family is Nigerian and I never took kindly that Beyonce used their music. Oh, okay. You listen. Thank you for letting me know that, Elizabeth. So I never took kindly to Beyonce used their music and pushed her Afro beats era, and was never a voice for the people, especially when she covered, yes, yes, Vila's music. Absolutely. And see, funny you brought this up. Speaking back to what it is that I used to do, Elizabeth, I had an artist that I used to manage out of the UK. Funny enough, I would manage him from here where I live in the UK. And now he works in the film industry out there. But he was asking me what did I think was going to be next in music. And I told him that Afro beats and world music was what was going to be next. Because, for one, American artists have run out of ideas because they've stolen from each other to the point to where they all sound alike. And for two, Afrobeats is a vibe that hasn't been fully tapped into, and it reminds me of the energy attached to dance hall, like, late 80s, early 90s. Dance hall was huge. It was global. And it still is, depending on where you go, because there's dance hall competitions around the world. So I knew when she tapped into that energy, when she was doing The Lion King and the whole brown skinned girl and all of this, I'm like, you're riding a wave, but this actually means something to somebody to have this representation. And you're only tapping in for the moment to get what you can get out of it. And after she got what she could get out of it, she completely discarded the whole genre. We don't see her, you know, affiliated in any type of way with anyone that is in Afro beats or, you know, any part of the genre whatsoever. Not, you know, advertising anybody, nothing. So, you know, when you look at that, you got to understand that's why so many in country music are looking at Beyonce coming over into their lane, because it's like, we've watched you do this over here, over here, over there. Don't come over here, shake stuff up, mess it up for us, and then leave, and then you don't deal with us anymore. Let's see, Abbott Chatter. Let's say they know they're going down. That's why they was at the you said pimp Kris Jenner's house. Listen, something got to be going down because they shaded the hell out that family for years. And I was like, okay, y'all at Kris Jenner house, something is definitely going left. Said, I'm looking forward to really listening to this live again. I find it very interesting. Thank you, Zesty Fireman. Let's see, she got over 100,000 in sales for that single, but so did Kanye. Interesting. Kendall Harris. Okay, said my dad was in IT, so we kept them viruses away. Hey, your dad would have kept a whole bunch of people out of trouble, because Lord knows, messing around with those sites had everybody's computers messed up. So I miss making those fire mixtapes. Mixtapes did used to be fun. Oh my goodness. Yeah, Taylor and Nikki's fans definitely buy and stream. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Y'all, funny enough, I mentioned this to someone the other day at work about Kenny Chesney. Lord knows I can't tell you a Kenny Chesney song to save my life. But every time Kenny Chesney comes to Detroit, if you work in the bar industry, you are guaranteed to pay your bills for the next 2 to 3 months off of Kenny Chesney. I got to give it to him. His fans make it rain. Let's see. Can you do a reading on if Beyonce really likes Nicki or if she's being fake towards Nicki? I could tap into that, Sharon. Good question. Let's see. It's Beyonce studying Nicki's rollout and trying to study for me. Um, Desmond, I'm gonna tell you something about Beyonce, and if you've been around for a while, then you'll know what I'm about to say is definitely true. Beyonce is one of those girls that has been known to study everything and everyone around her, and she picks and chooses from everybody and uses the part that works and builds it into a body of work. So global artists, like you may have artists that are like superstars in Italy or superstars in Asia, but we may not be privy to them. She'll take what they're doing that's hot and do it and use it on a global scale. And until you see that artist and somebody points out, hey, you know, we'll just make up a name. Claudia was doing that 10 years ago. She's known for that, you know, the outfit and ring the alarm and the hair and this, that, and the other. This was, you know, her cover art on Vogue. You won't know. So this is something that she's been doing forever. Like, I don't know if it's still on YouTube, but there's a video up of Beyonce. I want to say back in the Destiny Child days, where she admits to, you know, pillaging from other artists, and she says it out her own mouth. She said they don't like to see me coming. They don't like to perform in front of me because they know I steal their stuff, and she laughs about it. And this was, I want to say, this was back this was back around the time they had the change up with the girls, like when they first got Michelle and Farrah. Let's see, Beyonce was giving Kim Kardashian makeup line. Interesting, Kimmy. I haven't even seen Kim Kardashian makeup line. I see she's selling the hell out them damn Skims. Will Jay-Z's speech be the reason for their separation? Kai Malone, sweetheart, they were already allegedly separated, but Beyonce is always going to do what helps her to keep her image clean. So allegedly, her husband has some things that could be coming out soon that don't really fare too well, and she wants to separate from him to remove herself from whatever persecution he might have coming. So I wish you would purchase hair care products from someone who wears wigs and has a stylist. Ain't nobody I say ain't nobody buying those products, Otis. You are hilarious, Avid Chatter, said Chrissy. The packaging for the hair care line seems to match her personality. I'll leave it at that. Oops. Oops. Said K. Michelle should be the best at country music now. She needs to jump on the country bandwagon now. Well, Mystic Reads, K. Michelle has been doing country music for a few years. She just hasn't, I don't think she's put out an album yet doing country music, but she has videos, she has singles, and her country music actually sounds really good. It's produced and engineered properly, and she has a really strong voice, and she has a good product. So I don't know if it's a thing where she needs to get a bigger distribution deal, or maybe she needs to do some collabs. But she's been at the Country Music Awards and everything. I think the guy's name is Jelly Roll, that she went out to go on stage and present an award with. So she's been making her way and making waves in country. She, sad enough, the Shade Room loved to report on what happened in hood news, but why didn't they report on her crossing over in the country? Because she has been doing country for a minute, and country music actually has been very receptive to her. See, I'm trying to get past the trolls. Said, I agree. K. Michelle's country songs are good. Her voice, etc., is way better than you know who. Y'all are, oh, y'all funny. Thanks so much for your, aw, y'all being sweet to each other in the chat. Let's see. Beyonce copied and shaded Blue Cantrell too. Oh, we. Say hey, Miss Zoe, you bringing up that old tea. For those of you who don't know who Blue Cantrell is, she's the artist that did the song "Hit 'Em Up" style, and Blue has a very powerful, beautiful voice. At the time, Blue Cantrell and Jay-Z had a thing, and it's like I want to say he eventually walked away from Blue to be with Beyonce full time. So when Beyonce finally got pregnant, it was, fans that were in a certain age group, like late 30s, 40s, 50s now, who were like, wait a minute, you named your daughter Blue? You let him name the daughter after his ex-girlfriend? Like everybody, that was a big thing on the internet. People thought that Blue was named after Blue Cantrell because it was said that Jay-Z was really, really in love with Blue Cantrell, and he took it hard when she walked away. And Blue Cantrell was taking shots at Beyonce openly, and pretty much in interviews letting it be known, like, watch your mouth or I come and take them back. It was getting spicy between the two. um, for those of you who need a timeline, um, let's think about the beginning of Beyonce's career when she put out Baby Boy with her and Sean Paul. At the same time, Blue Cantrell had a song called Breathe with her and Sean Paul. So, hell, I probably should read Sean Paul because it looked like he was in the middle of all the foolishness between both of Jay-Z's alleged boo things, right? So, y'all, just imagine if they had the social media that we have right now, if Blue could have went off and really just went ham the way she was talking in those interviews. Imagine if she would have got on social media like how we are corresponding with each other and really been snapping off into Beyonce back then, because she was not, biting her tongue. Said Beyonce made sure Blue Cantrell had a nervous breakdown and took her out of the game all for Jay. Interesting, Mystic reads that's definitely a theory that has been widespread. Tierra Marie, Blue Cantrell, Aaliyah, A. Marie, Foxy, Jay Z, and Beyonce have made we have made a Florence Ballard situation for so many young women. Zesty, we. You said a mouthful with that one. For those of you who don't know who Florence Ballard is, Florence Ballard was the original leader of the Supreme. She was the one who put the Supremes together. She actually got Diana and Mary Wilson and all the girls and put them in the group with her. And how it went was, here it is, Florence, the lead singer, and they go to Motown. They keep trying to, get a deal with Motown. Mind you, these are like 14, 15-year-old girls. And finally, they get Barry to pay them some attention. They record a couple songs. They didn't know what to do with them. Well, once they started to get their sound together and they begin to rise, it's alleged that Diana went behind the scenes, started hooking up with Berry Gordy so that she can get in his ear and get influence. And that's how she backdoored Florence so that she could become the new lead singer of the group. And Florence, who was the actual voice of the group, became her background singer. So, whoo. It was a lot of stories about that time, and from the musicians that I worked with and family members who I had that were performing, as far as musicians during that time with Motown. They told me that it was alleged, because I got to say allegedly, they said it was alleged knockout, drag out fight. And Florence knocked out and dragged Diana across a conveyor belt in the airport. And they said wigs and luggage was flying everywhere, and it took like 6 to 8 people to get her off of her because she went full project. And apparently Florence allegedly had hands, and everything went downhill from there. um, Florence had to deal with a lot because she had been essayed by somebody who was close, who was supposed to be taking her home, and they never said who it was, but they said it was somebody who was very close in the circle. And from that point on out, she was never the same. So when you mentioned Tierra Marie, she would have been the Tierra Marie of that situation, because she turned to drinking to cope with everything that she was dealing with. And it got to the point where it made it hard for her to be able to not just cope, but to work. And eventually she got casted out. And she was never allowed to use the name the Supremes, like Florence Ballard and the Supremes. She could never use the name the Supremes again, and she was allegedly cut out of all royalties for the Supremes. So, from what my family told me, when Florence passed away, there was a lot of nasty looks at Diana Ross when she came to the funeral. They had to really get her security to get her in and out because everybody was mad at her for how she treated Florence. Let's see. Do you think she will debut at number 1? Um, Pete, if you're talking about Beyonce, it looks like she already has. She's run it up. She already has. Don't forget Maya. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Mystic Reed said always had me a mixtape. Said I remember LimeWire. There was some nasty stuff on there. Yeah, yeah. Zesty said MIA to a mill. Glad you brought up a mill because I can't look at Desiree Perez without saying a mill. Desiree Perez to me looks like a newer version of a male. Every time I see her, that's the mindset that she puts me in. And that says a lot because if you guys know about a male was, you know, released from the label, but it's said that it was because of the song that she did with Carl Thomas on her album where she exposed, you know, the powers that be and talked about how their time was, you know, coming to an end soon, and she predicted the downfall, excuse me, of the powers that be. Let's see. Angel Kisses, did you see what Remy Ma said? No, baby, I didn't. So much stuff has been happening. It's hard to keep up, especially this week. Slay Queen, love the bunny ears. Oh, thank you, love. They come with the chair. Say, good good luck with keeping that squeaky clean image. She has two souls looking for retribution, Aaliyah and Whitney. Ooh, Lord, have mercy, Avid Chatter. LimeWire would have you downloading Jagged Edge for 2 hours only to get it to be Mick Jagger. Yes, it would. And you had to take it and deal with it. Yes, you said it would. Right. Let's see. Chardell Design. Hey, Angel, can you do a reading on how Kelly Rowland was feeling during her movie premiere event for Copa last night and why Jay-Z and Beyonce was on separate sides of the photo? I didn't know that they had the release last night, but I did see social media being petty when they said that Kelly told Tyler Perry she was bringing her own wigs. I laughed at that one for a good 10 minutes. Did they steal her name too for their daughter, Amethyst Rose? Hey, sweetie. A lot of people assume that, you know, when they said that they named her after the blue ivy tree in Croatia. If somebody in the chat is from Croatia, I never heard of that tree. I don't know too many people who have, but it seems more plausible that it could have possibly been he was wound up over Blue, and Beyonce may not have paid attention to the move that was maneuvered on her until afterwards and just had to roll with it. Because I don't know nobody named their baby after a tree, but that's just me. Beyonce and Jay and Madonna all have that pillaging tendency. It's like the people with the real creativity get robbed by the personalities with the will to win at all costs. Interesting as SD. Yeah. Yeah, said Jay loved Blue Cantrell so much that he named his daughter after her. Hey, that's what the internet said for about at least 2 years. Sorry about that, y'all. Okay, Barry Dixon, good night. Honey, I didn't even know you were here, but if you leaving, good night. So, yep, he had a song with Free from 106 in Park. I have heard that for for almost 20 years. And I find it very, very odd that Free disappeared when that rumor first started coming out. We haven't seen her back on anything on TV. She just started to show her face again recently, showing up to industry events. So Avid Chatter, wow, I know he must have genuinely hurt Beyonce for years, but I think she just hates his guts now. That is why they are mad with Nicki. She is not in a 360 deal. She keeps all her money. Well, I don't know how her deal goes, but I can tell you, Nicki got a lot of people mad. And it seems like mostly men. I've never seen a woman to have so many men with their panties in a bunch. So I'm going to go ahead and start pulling some cards, y'all, because I want to tap into this energy about how Beyonce feels about Nicki. And then I brought my laptop down here. Hopefully everything uploaded properly, because I want to do a reading on the transcripts from the Tory Lanez trial, the first one. Hopefully I can pull everything up on my laptop, because I won't be able to do it on my phone because I'm streaming with y'all on the phone. Alrighty. Angels, ancestors, and spirit guides of the highest heavenly order, please show me the energy around how Beyonce feels towards Nicki Minaj. Is it genuine or is it a facade? So you got the Empress here, and then you got the Two of Wands. So it's like she holds her in the highest regard, because the Empress is, you know, someone who is highly creative, not just a mother. This is someone who bursts things into fruition. But this is like, you know, a catch-22, being caught in the middle, having to make a choice. Y'all, it's cards. So here it is. You got the Strength card and you got Truth. So something is about to break here, because when you got Strength and you got the Truth, it's like somebody's getting the nerve up to say something. Now, what did I tell y'all? You see this? This is someone who, you know, they keep a poker face. They don't wear their feelings on their sleeve. Allegedly, y'all, Jay-Z is worried about getting locked up. Y'all see this? Five of Wands and the Lovers. Five of Wands is a card of physicality. That's somebody putting their hands and feet on somebody. Now, allegedly, don't be surprised if you find out that she might be getting physically abused, because Three of Pentacles represents someone that is in a union. In the regular Lenormand, this is a couple that goes before an officiant to get married. Someone that you are in a contract with. The contract is binding you through a love relationship. I didn't expect that to come out. We asking about how she feel about Nicki, but we gon' sip the tea how it's spilled. Okay, there's a hangman here, and the hangman is attached not only to law enforcement, but the powers that be. What is this hangman? Why are all her cards coming out face down? Yeah. Hangman, the powers that be, the Hierophant. And it's going to bring heartbreak. Now, if you watched my Beyonce reading, this energy already makes sense. This is somebody standing their ground being defensive, but there's going to be an end to a cycle. And this is going to be a final ending. Y'all. Final ending is going to bring heartbreak. And it falls under the Empress. Now, I don't even do cards in reverse in my deck, but I'm going to acknowledge this before I turn this around. So, you've got the Knight of Wands in reverse. And it's over the Five of Swords. Allegedly, y'all, they are not in a good place. There is a lot of fighting. There's a lot of arguing. There's arguing over what appears to be issues with fidelity and infidelity. And see, the heartbreak card under, oh, my spirit guide said mistress. The heartbreak card falling under the Empress is somebody could have allegedly gotten pregnant. Now, didn't I just have this at the bottom of the deck and I just turned this around? Knight of Wands. The Knight of Wands was in reverse. Now, Knight of Wands is somebody that's here for the short time, not the long time. You know, they out here like Johnny Appleseed. But this way in reverse, the way we saw it in the deck, this is an unrelenting whore. Someone who has no shame. Yeah. This is a family card. Now, he's afraid of facing jail time. There is a possible alleged child. Look like a good time to exit. King of Swords and the World. King of Swords is someone who is not just the truth teller, but this is someone that is very unemotional. Okay? This is someone who can be cold and calculated. If it don't make dollars, it don't make sense. They're about the bottom line. But something is coming to a final ending. The World. This card is falling under the Eight of Swords. Y'all. This King of Cups. This is why he's... Hold on. This is why Jay-Z is allegedly afraid of going to jail. Look at this whole row. King of Cups. Eight of Swords. King of Swords. Water sign. Puffy is in trouble right now. He's already facing going before law enforcement, facing going to jail. And this card coming out behind it is a truth teller who will slay you with the truth. Now, it's rumored that Puffy said that he ain't going out without a fight and he telling on everybody. And if you've been watching my Puffy deactivation readings, I said this. I don't know which one of the deactivation readings I did, but I said that he gonna go out telling on everybody, taking everybody down with him on the way out the door. So this is allegedly, and I have to say allegedly, this is allegedly what Jay-Z is worried about, because this would bring a permanent end to a cycle. This is the point of no return. Damn, all the cards keep coming out in reverse. Hangman. Hangman falls above this Queen of Cups. Now, Queen of Cups is not just about a water sign. This is somebody who has a higher intuition. This is somebody who's tapped in. And when you got a hangman to the Queen of Cups, the hangman is you did not pay attention. You did not follow your intuition. You did not listen to your higher self. You chose this relationship over listening to your higher self, your better judgment. And now that is a hangman allegedly for Beyonce. unrequited offer, and it falls under the Hierophant. I told y'all, and I'm going to keep telling y'all, they pissed off some very powerful people that are very high up. Four of Cups falls under the Hierophant. That is a very huge unrequited offer from the people that are at the top. Remember, him running his mouth at the award show, him calling himself standing on business, being defensive over his relationship. Because all this is all he cares about, allegedly. Getting to the money. Oh, y'all, Judgment at the bottom of the deck. Y'all, I want y'all to pay attention to this. Remember, I said this is all he cares about. Something is happening to the money. He's looking at new opportunities to get to the money, but he's going to go from sugar to shit. This is where he is now, though. I wouldn't trust this man with 6 sets of somebody else's eyes. To get a moon next to the King of Pentacles, it's no telling what he did for his stability to get what he has and to get where he is now. But this card falls under this King of Cups, the Eight of Swords, and the King of Swords, which means this King of Cups knows all your secrets that are attached to the accoutrements that brought you wealth. These two, allegedly, y'all, like I said, it's a lot of fighting. These two are fighting over money, how to separate the money, how to, reallocate assets. And this is nasty. They're keeping a strong face for the public, but behind the scenes, 5 of Wands, 3 of Pentacles, the Lovers. It's a battle to the end over this wealth. Bottom of the deck, 10 of Wands. Weight of the world on somebody's shoulders. Beyonce is trying to get all she can get out of this situation before it's too late, y'all, because if Puffy gets to singing like a canary, which is what I see right here, they stand to lose everything. Now you got this moon that falls under this Hangman and this Queen of Cups, which is also another card of secret intuition and rituals and things that are done. None of this is working anymore. So now you have to walk away from this relationship. 8 of Cups. This... and what you decided to do to get back on top, to get to the money, is an unrequited offer to the powers that be, because they did not sanction your plan. And now, this is where you hit this brick wall. Whew. That was loaded, and all we wanted to do is tap into how she feel about Nikki. It looked like it's way too much on her plate to be concerned about Nikki. Yeah, they got a lot of secrets. Now, if you were in my last live, then you remember when I talked about the reason why they're doing a media blackout, why they're targeting certain vloggers, why they're targeting, people like Millie. That's because they get the tea straight from the street. The bigger blogs come down here to their page, cherry pick the information, and then they take it back as if they got sources. What they do, they source YouTube and then go back and put it on their platform. But here's the thing, if you eclipse the smaller blogs, then the bigger ones don't get the tea to put out the story. And I feel like one of these small blogs, everything that I'm saying right here, either they got proof or they've heard this word on the street. They're trying to control the narrative, because even the narrative is dangerous to them losing their whole entire empire. But y'all remember Cookie and Lucius and all the stuff Cookie went through and went to jail and came back, and her and Lucius was going back and forth, but they still together? You're looking at the real life Cookie and Lucius. Heavy anxiety, no rest for the weary, no rest for the wicked. And as you can see, they are being watched. And this is the watchful eyes of the powers that be. Jay-Z don't even realize, well, he realizes it now. You know, he's never going to say it publicly. But he spoke out of turn, because it's not who we think he was talking to, it's who he really was talking to. And they feel like, boy, how dare you? I let you eat the crumbs off our table. I let you be above the other ones that look like you. I even let you get away with the things you do to them. How dare you get in front of them and think you can talk to me that way? Who told you that you could stand up in front of everybody and talk to me that way? Because of her, because of this relationship. Now, you got a target on you. But since y'all Bonnie and Clyde, we on both of y'all ass like pockets. Y'all, this is crazy. Somebody in these blogs that they trying to ice out got real tea, got secret tea that they can prove about some adult relations. What I tell y'all? Pages are children. A child that could have possibly been made out of a betrayal. Wouldn't cheating on your spouse be a betrayal? Oh, thank you. Who is this? Thank you, Amethyst Rose. Didn't we start this off talking about it was a possible alleged illegitimate imaginary child for YouTube intents and purposes? There's some big information around a child that's concerning these people. Now, I don't want to tap into the child. Tell me about the grown folks. Somebody's going to come out with some information about a child that's attached to Jay-Z, and they are fighting like hell to keep this information from coming out. Why are they fighting to keep this information from coming out? This is a child that you got that you cut off. Why are you fighting to keep this information from coming out about this child from your past that you cut off? Defending yourself, but forward movement. This is coming out. Look at this. 10 of Cups, family card. Why are you fighting against people knowing that this is your family? He knows when this information comes out, it's a hot potato. He's juggling with how to keep this covered up, allegedly, because once this blindfold comes off about this information with this child that he cut off, it's going to change everything. Tell me more. Ooh-wee. So you done pulled a lot of strings, did a lot of manipulating, because this is something that go way back, just that throwback Thursday energy. This is somebody that comes back from your past, anywhere from like 6 to 20 years. Tell me more. Juggling with the idea of you should pay these people off, allegedly. Look at this. You see this couple that's bound by this toxic information attached to this past that got to do with this child? Gabriel's blowing his horn. You're about to face judgment. He don't want nobody to know about this child because he's going to face judgment, y'all. Why is he going to face judgment? Family situation, 10 of Cups. Worried about your stability, how this going to affect your money. This was somebody that you courted. Worried about your opportunities that's coming in. So you walked away from this person and left this person alone to get to money. Now this card represents the fire sign, the Sagittarius. This is Jay-Z in his own setting, right? This is confirming that this is his family, allegedly. 10 of Cups. Yeah, you're trying to keep this from coming out. Ooh. He's been slowing it down. Knight of Pentacles, he's been slowing it down. Knight of Pentacles, slowest moving knight in the deck. That means you've been slowing this down for years, trying to keep this family situation quiet. Boom. Look at this. It's going to cause you, it's going to cause you to face judgment. It's going to affect your stability, your marriage. Oh, this is what's bringing your marriage to rest. This is what's bringing your marriage to rest. Why? Because it's like, it ain't like this is new information. She knew about this child, allegedly. Queen of Wands, 5 of Cups. And see, he's the King of Wands, which means this woman, you know, is somebody who is better suited for him. This is somebody that he sees as like a wife or someone that he was actually attached to in that type of energy. What is this? Y'all, 7 of Swords, sneaky energy. Queen of Pentacles. He could have possibly been trying to pay this woman to be quiet. The Emperor. Emperor is the father card. He knows once this information comes out, it's going to change everything. It's going to bring everything to an end. Only thing I can think of, y'all, that will bring everything to an end is if this person was underaged. Now let me get back in this chat because I know I'm way behind. Sorry, guys, for putting my hand in the chat. Let's see. He went and made another baby on her after Solange was a surrogate for Blue. Now I see why Solange whooped him on that elevator. Oop, that's an interesting that's an interesting allegation. Says he has been in court fighting for 12 years. Thank you, DeMarcus' mom. I saw at least six to 20 years. So he probably was trying to bury it before he got to court. He may disown his dad after he gets confirmation, though. Let's see, what did I miss? The ancestors is going to step aside with all of that dirt on them. No protection. Absolutely, Mystic Reads. Funny enough that you said that. I've been channeling Jay-Z for the last 2 days, and my angels told me that Jay-Z has been caught in God's crosshairs. And that's not language that I use. So I looked it up. I'm like, crosshairs? You know, that don't sound good. So when I saw what it meant to have it means to have a target on your back or to have one on your head. So I said, oh shoot. And they got to communicating with me, telling me that Jay-Z also has been caught in the crosshairs of Satan himself. So apparently in the spiritual realm, you have blasphemed against the Most High and the Most Low, and you no longer have spiritual protection on either side. Which means now, you know, whatever comes, you know, forward can pick him apart until there's nothing left. Which is a very, very scary place to be spiritually and physically. So, y'all, we're about to see, funny enough, y'all, after Tory got sentenced, I had said that the people who were behind Tory being locked up, as things get better for him, Tory is going to pick up momentum on his case. He's going to start getting everything together. He's going to come home. And the ones who put him in this position, they were going to go down and they were going to be facing legal troubles, possibly facing going to jail for 4 to 5 years. And I do remember saying that. So allegedly, if Puffy does tell on Jay-Z, we don't know how long he could be facing, if he faces any time, but he could be tied up in court because this is the federal government and they're very, very thorough when they decide to come for someone. So yeah, if I was Beyonce, I'd be getting the hell out of Dodge too. I'd be singing country music, church music. I'd be tap dancing, river dancing, whatever it takes to get my money up to get away from him, because he got a lot on the line. A whole lot on the line, and it's going to cost her everything. But the interesting thing about it is, y'all, she ain't going to escape this scot-free either. Let's see. I want to make sure I'm caught up as best I can be. Said, I don't want to put her name in the chat, but he dated her when she moved on. He wouldn't let her and tried to take out her husband and ended up taking their son's life. Justice for us. That's why so much energy around children and something with a child that they don't want to come out. And he's literally like, he's scrambling because he can't afford this information around children to come out. DeMarcus' mom, we got to say allegedly. Yes, Jay has slept with minors. The ancestors be aware. Yes, Songbird. Hold on, something about a 5-year-old. Let me scroll all the way back. Miss Ken, this baby tea is hot. Listen, my ancestors don't play. When my angels and my ancestors come forward, I always pray and I ask them to give me the information that's not known. And apparently, this is the real reason, allegedly, behind this media blackout. They're trying to get ahead of who would actually visually, you know, get the stories out? Who has the biggest voice? Who has the biggest personality? Who in YouTube and TikTok are the people that the street listen to? Sheesh. Um, damn, y'all. It was something else I was about to read on that had to do with Nicki and Beyonce, but my spirit guide said that this was more important. So when they do that, that means that the person is facing spiritual retribution and they're being tried in the courts of the universe, of the Most High. So when that indictment happens up there, they funnel it down here so that it can be spoken into existence and it can happen on the earth. So y'all don't be surprised when you start seeing stuff start manifesting, because everything that he done to Tory is about to be done back to him times 10. Let's see. He stayed in the high school and he was damn near 30. Damn, wait a minute. What the hell did I miss? Okay, Avid Chatter. Y'all talking about the baby look just like him with the curly hair. Is that the baby with the Caribbean model that was on the Big Pimpin' video shoot? Let's see. Let's see, that rings a bell about him being in school at 30 as a scout. Oh, thank you, BJ. Angel Kiss. I have the old magazine called Hip Hop Weekly. I remember that magazine. That was a popular circular, which had the child in the pool. Yes, that is exactly who I'm talking about. The girl from Trinidad. She was very pretty. She was a model in the Big Pimpin' video. I believe she was on the shot with Jay-Z on the yacht. It says the child was in the pool where his mom was from. Hold on. Where his mom was from, and she was the lady. Yes, just said that the Big Pimpin' video. I remember that because there was a lot of drama around that video because they couldn't get Pimp C to come and shoot with them. Pimp C shot in a separate place. He didn't want to go out to New York to do his part of the song. The whole energy around that song, even though it was a hit, it was a lot of conflict. Angel, can you read why Megan is posting so many spider lily flowers? Don't they mean death? Yes, they do. Like, why did she decide to dress herself in a spider lily for her birthday? Chardell Design, I'm going to tell you like this. Megan is not well versed in the laws of the universe and spiritual energy, because when you put that death energy out here, if it doesn't go to its intended target, let's say that person has so much protection that it returns to sender, where do you think that's going to go? She playing a very, very dangerous game of hot and loose, and I don't think she know what she doing. I will tap into the energy and read it. Let's say, I hate to be that person, but I remember Jaguar Wright spoke on similar things regarding Jay-Z, and everyone thought she was crazy. Songbird, don't hate to be that person. Listen, my platform is open to everybody as long as we're respectful to one another. Um, when you get a chance, I've done readings on Jaguar Wright, and I have been adamant in saying that Jaguar is serving her purpose through God by saying the things that she's saying. And this is her way of righting the wrong. God is allowing her to be a voice and a vehicle that's going to get the truth out there and separate the real from the fake. And if you notice, everybody that comes against her, that tries to tear her down, no matter how bad it is of looking for Jaguar, that energy comes back full circle and we see it come back on them and it hits them hard. So yeah, let's see, what is this? Yeah, they were saying that the little boy daddy was allegedly Benny Boom's son. Interesting. Even though he had curly hair, he had features that were similar to Jay-Z. So to me, I can't speak for nobody else, he looked more like Jay-Z than Benny Boom. Said, my guides told me a few weeks ago to go down this rabbit hole. Justice for us. Listen, when God and the angels want a message to come down, it comes to multiple people and we end up finding each other and becoming each other's soul tribe. So I'm not surprised. It said, Elizabeth says, yes, I had that magazine and I remember that story. Avid chatter. I went to MLK and there was a studio. Hold on. There was a studio right down the block where Jodeci, Missy, and Jay would record at, and that nasty ninja would sneak in the school to flirt with girls half his age. Wow, Avid chatter. Sounds very R. Kelly-ish because R. Kelly used to go and hang out over at DSA with Malia and nobody ever said anything. Spam the chat and get blocked. Yes, thank you. Hence the title, Mystic Reads. No bots formed against us shall prosper. At Angel Kisses, his allegedly name is, let's see, Ramir. Yes, I remember seeing that. Ramir Satterwhite. His mom was pregnant. Boom. I said she had to be a minor. Thank you, DeMarcus' mom, coming through for the win. That's why he won't confirm, or he's trying his hardest not to confirm that this is his son because her mother was a minor. I picked that up in the cards. It says she was 15 when she got pregnant by Jay. And if I'm not mistaken, this was around the time he was hanging with D. Haven. I remember hearing that too. Horrible snake energy. Megan gonna F around and find out soon. Unfortunately, Mystic Reads, because she don't understand how the laws of energy and reciprocity work. Said, I appreciate you and your time with us. Oh, thank you, Songbird. Listen, God gave me this gift to share. It's not for me. It's for me to share. Angel Jaguar did a new interview 3 days ago. I'm gonna have to go check it out. I follow her on IG, and she told an interesting story after Super Bowl about Usher over in Germany, and she said that he had a breakdown and got to crying on stage, and everybody in Germany was pissed because after the show was over, he was in the lobby of a hotel. I can't even say it because I know YouTube might flag me, but let's say he was playing with an areola in the lobby, and it made it to the vlogs over there, and they said the whole country was pissed. Let's see, Jay-Z the rapper from In My Lifetime. Let's see, makes me wonder why Jay and R. Kelly fell out on that tour. Yeah, Justice for Us, because it seems like they had hobbies that were similar, we'll say that. Chris Holland, you are really pretty, you slay. Thank you. Very kind of you. Jasmine says, yes, Ramel's mother was a minor. Yeah. Yeah, he's fighting hard to keep this information from being authenticated, because once his son can prove that that's his son, then they can stamp him as someone who takes advantage of children. Let's see. Terry Ellis said, I'm new to your channel and I love it here. Oh, thank you, baby. Please come back. It says, you were so right on the reading on Nipsey, because I watched Sloan Bella video today and she spoke on the same woman about Nipsey as well. Well, shout out to Sloan Bella, because she's definitely dope. And like I said in that reading, I didn't name names on purpose because I didn't want to say allegedly. Nipsey gave me permission to turn that reading into a series, and I'm going to keep going until he tells me to stop. Um, yeah, the way they betrayed that man, I still get I get emotional over Nipsey, because that I can't even find the words right now. But I will tell you this: the main ones, especially the women that were attached to what happened to him, they're about to start receiving karma very soon. Said D. Haven told me that the girl that's supposed to be Jay's daughter is his daughter, paid her off to keep quiet. Thank you, Jasmine C., for confirming that, because I definitely saw that he paid somebody to be quiet. That's why I love reading y'all comments, because I don't know these people, and I tap into the spiritual energy, and I know my angels don't lie, and y'all always confirm it. Meg better stop calling in the spirit of death before he gets an opening and lets her get the appointment. Amen, Avid Chatter. Because I promise you, she's sending that energy out to someone that has an anointing over them. They're going to be protected. And when somebody is protected, they don't have to know you did anything. It's going to be an automatic return to sender. Let's see, I believe Jay has several kids that he's hiding. I've been told that justice for us, but this one in particular got him sweating. Said, I think Foxy was silenced too. Yeah, I believe so. Jared, you said you look like the girl from Everybody Hates Chris. Okay. Foxy was a minor, and so was Aaliyah as well. Um, I don't think that he was around Aaliyah during the time that she was a minor. His co-worker, of course, the one he did the best of both worlds, definitely was. But Nas and DMX vehemently, openly spoke about his relations with Foxy in their music and in interviews, and I don't understand why that didn't turn into state property. But you know, when you attach to certain people that protect your career, you know, people see and they don't see, they hear and they don't hear. Let's see. I'm sure Dame Dash will have been waiting for this moment for a long time. Oh yeah, absolutely. DeMarcus' mom, let's see. It says, I'm sorry for your loss. I'm sorry for your loss as well. I didn't know if you were spam or not, because we get some weird spam, but many blessings to you. I believe it at Avid Chatter. Nikki H. Hey, sweetie. Dame sitting patiently waiting. Nipsey's energy is that of a king, and I cried so hard behind his passing. He ain't done. Justice for us, I wept extremely hard. So for me, it's personal, because I'm glad that you said his energy is of a king. Nipsey has the energy of the Messiah. And people have to understand, he was born under the bloodline of Selassie. And I said this in the reading. You literally look in Nipsey's face and you see Selassie. These people slaughtered the man that God sent to lead them out and show them the way. And for that, they will always be lost. They will always be wandering around, robbing Peter to pay Paul. And this is a part of their punishment because a lot of people knew what was coming and they all kept their mouth shut. They should have protected Nip at all costs. No excuse. Every last one of them. Now that he's gone and it's been a few years, whatever little, twos and fews that they got out of it, they're going to lose the rest of their lives. Energetically, financially, health-wise, they curse themselves. Let's see, Jasmine C. When shit starts to hit the fan, Dame will start telling the real shit he has to because people will start questioning him and his whereabouts. Jasmine C., I think with Dame, it's going to be similar to how it is with Suge Knight. Dame is not going to volunteer any information, but when law enforcement get involved, it's like, okay, I must say what need to be said. Avid Chatter said, I cried for Nipsey just like I cried for Pac. Listen, I felt like we lost this generation's Pac. I cried over Nipsey for days. It really hurt. Yeah, you're right. Nipsey looks just like Selassie. Long live Nipsey, absolutely. Y'all, Nipsey over in the spiritual realm, a whole general. He ain't stopped nothing. He working harder over there than he was over here. That was the worst thing they could have done because a lot of these spiritual judgments that's coming down now, Nips has been given the order from the Most High to help to bring these judgments down. So all of these people that were attached to him that caused him to no longer be here, don't be surprised when they start getting wiped out. Let's see, can we read on Foxy? Will she ever speak out? Sure. It was something else that I just saw that I was supposed to read on. Aw. Hey, Kylie Jones. So I think R. Kelly found out Jay was crushing on Aaliyah. The best of both worlds. Thank you. We're going to read on the energy of what actually caused these two to fall out behind the scenes at that Best of Both Worlds tour. Okay, we got stuff over here trying to fall over. Alrighty, Best of Both Worlds. Spirit guides, ancestors, and angels. What caused the energy between Jay-Z and R. Kelly falling out on this tour? Okay, so this is definitely somebody getting out the way fast, a vehicle for moving on. What fell face down? Somebody considering their options. This happened very swiftly, y'all. This feels like the energy of R. Kelly. He wanted to hurry up and leave a toxic situation and go into calmer waters. This is somebody escaping from like, how do I say this? Like, it was like he knew something was about to happen to him. Like he was going to be disciplined for something. What had him shook like this? Oh. 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 You tried to push up on somebody. Ace of Wands, Knight of Cups. Ace of Wands is that big D energy. So you tried to pipe somebody down. You're trying to offer somebody your cup. You took a chance, took a leap of faith, but it was a foolish action. Now, y'all, that threw me because I don't know if some of y'all remember this, but Beyonce said that she always had a crush on R. Kelly. And I ain't about to say allegedly because this is something that she said. If you old enough to remember back in like the early 2000s, like when her career was first starting, she said she had a crush on R. Kelly. Allegedly, this looked like he made a move. Okay, so sowing seeds for, to reap a larger harvest. And then you wanted to apologize, Page of Pentacles. There's that energy of creeping, being sneaky. And then having to stand up and defend yourself. Page of Cups. So some kind of communication, some kind of, I want to say, because this is like flirting. This is like surface level, but flirting with the independent woman, Nine of Pentacles. So allegedly, R. Kelly threw his hat in the ring. And it was illuminated, and he ended up in a situation where he got trapped. And this is why he felt like he had to hurry up and get out the way. Yep, he had to hurry up and get out this toxic situation and escape. Persecution, that was the word that I couldn't think of earlier. He had to hurry up and escape persecution. This was a very, very bad situation that brought on regret instantly. Yeah, look at this. Had him shook, falling under the Ace of Wands and the Knight of Cups. So, y'all, allegedly, this is looking like that story about R. Kelly said that somebody had a gun, a pow-pow in the audience while he was performing, and, people, was running down on him. It's looking like he was telling the truth, but he didn't tell why. Could this be why somebody paid you to be quiet so that the story didn't get out? Oh, Six of Pentacles. This was under the table. This was under the table. This is unearned income. Seven of Pentacles. Six of Pentacles. That sounds like a settlement under the table for him to be quiet. Ended up ostracized over this sneaky behavior with this woman. Boy, what a web we weave when we try to deceive. So this is something that could have happened while folks was turning up, having a drink, got a little too comfortable, got a little too loose, and let somebody know that you... you let somebody know that he can't do you like I can. Told somebody that you the better choice. You need to be choosing on me. Oh. And it looked like this person told on you and went, they not only stood up to you, they turned you down, but they went back and told on you. And this is how everything got illuminated, allegedly. Yep. things come to an end with you and the Queen of Pentacles. And we know that Beyonce is an earth sign. So it looks like the real reason why things fell apart with that tour was R. Kelly got a little fresh, allegedly, with Beyonce behind the scenes. Possibly when he, had a little sauce in his system and was feeling himself. And she allegedly went back and told on him, and Jay-Z declared war. Looked like R. Kelly didn't feel safe and he had to get the hell on. Let's see. Bey, Rihanna, and Tierra Marie were also minors. Bey mentions being only 15 and 16 carriages. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. And see, funny you mentioned that, Zesty Fireman. The rumor on the street. And see, this is why y'all got to listen to Jaguar Wright a little closer. Because Jaguar Wright will tell y'all stuff, but she'll give you Easter eggs in the middle of what she told you. The rumor on the street was back when Beyonce was, I want to say it was the Carmen Hip Hopera. If I'm not mistaken, it was either that or a project right before that. They were saying that Jay-Z was sneaking to come and see her in her hotel room around that time, and that would have meant that she was around 16 then. It was definitely during the Destiny Child era. And let's remember, y'all, Destiny Child had members that were dating members of Jagged Edge who were all in their 20s, and these girls were like 15, 16 years old. And nobody said anything about it because I don't think people really thought about how old these girls were at the time. And that always struck me as odd because here it is, Beyonce has these two parents that seem to be very involved and very into the church, and talk about how they keep her under, a tight watch. But why y'all not watching the other three girls in the group? Why they dating grown men in front of your daughter? Like in my generation, if you hung out with somebody that was fast, your family told you like, oh no, you can't be their friend, you can't hang out with them. That's a bad influence. So how did you have three so-called bad influences around your daughter who was virginal and wasn't doing absolutely nothing, but they were allowed to do everything? But the reason why I brought up Jaguar Wright is Jaguar Wright mentioned that Beyonce had given the Mercedes that she was given by the movie, the people who put the movie together. They gave Beyonce a Mercedes for doing the Carmen Hip Hopera. And she gave that Mercedes to Jay Dilla. So when she said that, my mouth fell open. Because she said that it was over at, Jay Dilla's studio at his house. Now, those of you who know, this was like one of my mentors when I was a young girl. Like I met him when I was like 13 when they opened the hip hop shop, and he taught me a lot about music and the music business. Now, Jay Dilla's house was on East Nevada, like a couple minutes from I-75. There was a Mercedes at his house, y'all. So for me to find out that's how the Mercedes got there, it blew me away because it's like, oh, I don't think Storm Monroe understands the tea that's being poured because he didn't know who Dilla was. He had no idea. So it didn't resonate to him how big a deal what she just said was. More importantly, what was your relationship with Dilla that you would give him this expensive car? Because I don't remember Dilla ever creating music for her. And I never saw Dilla deal with any young girls inappropriately ever. So it wasn't that either. Let me get caught up with y'all. Damn. Y'all deleted half the chat. They must have been acting a fool. Let's see. Both Puff and Jay have had their hand in Nipsey's demise too, allegedly. Well, we're about to see them both go down. And Puffy, I told y'all in my reading that he was going to tell on every damn body. Let's see. Justice for Us. I heard Nipsey on another channel. His voice came through and he said that he was a king and he wasn't crossing over because he was staying to fight. Listen, I told you he's a general in the spirit realm. Nipsey has a army that y'all would not believe. And they are in the spirit realm wrecking shop. That's why you're seeing so much stuff happen this year, because this is the year of judgment. And it's a lot of judgment that's being casted down right now on the earth. And that judgment is, we're going to see it play out between now until I want to say like mid 2026. Said Jay and Desiree Perez definitely did, allegedly. Maybe the mother was underage, Marissa Saunders. That's the energy that we pulled, honey. Let's see, that's crazy when your stuff almost fell. My notepad and phone slipped off my laptop. Listen, Elizabeth, they not gonna stop the messages over here. Hell, I did that what was that? That Monique reading when I got ready to read Oprah. Y'all, cars got to flying everywhere. Everything fell. Let's see. He said he relearned who he was and he was an old king leading an army to help us fight. I can send you the link later. I would love for you to send me that link, Justice for Us. He spoke on fighting back and he said, yeah, they effed up killing him. That sounds like Nip, because that definitely sounds like what he showed me. Pop Smoke, when he came to me, he showed me what was like a spiritual penitentiary. And he said that they were, how do I say this? They were taking these artists out to harvest their spirit and to lock them away in this spirit, in these spiritual holding cells, so that they could force them to give them energy from the other side. And he described angels coming with huge swords of fire that would cut through, the cells and free them and pull them out, because they were unjustly being put in these cells. And what it sounds like to me is it's a spiritual penitentiary that is either in hell or adjacent to hell, and they have these demons snatch these people out of their body and steal their souls before they can go before the Most High and Metatron for judgment. So it's about to be a huge uprising, y'all, because a lot of these souls now get to stand with Nip, not only to fight back, but to help to, be bounty hunters for the people who caused this to happen in the first place, so that they could snatch them into spiritual court and they could stand judgment. Let's see. Said Remy Ma and all the women that were at Summer Jam happy about Nicki on that obituary have cursed themselves. Remy said females came together at Summer Jam. Now we have more females in rap. So everybody came out on this stage, have not had any more success, believe it. Queen B 313. Oh, thank you. $4.99. They said, before I forget, did Meg sleep with Offset? Zesty Fireman, I think I touched on that in the last live, but I will touch on it again. I sure will. Let's see, Jay and R. Kelly Best of Both Worlds tour. Another thing for sure, R. Kelly would be an hour plus late. Jay seemed annoyed. I attended one. It was kind of interesting how they turned everything around and turned it into a Jay-Z and Friends tour. So I knew it wasn't over for no contracts. Said, I'm not going to lie, back then I think I would have let R. Kelly. I'm not finishing that sentence, Avid Chatter. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. Let's see. I guess he thought if Pimp C could hit. Listen, Terry Ellis. Pimp C is still a very strong, vigilant spirit as well on the other side. I was getting ready to tap into some energy around T.I., and he came to me, didn't request it, didn't send for him. He told me not to release the reading because it tapped into some Fed shit. So I didn't. I listened. But let's see. We're going to go off into Megan and Offset. Whew, okay. I think I need to light some sage. This girl name show up in more places than where it's supposed to. Show me the energy around Megan and Offset. Did they have an inappropriate situation? Damn. The Justice card. Bottom of the deck, the Truth. If I'm not mistaken, this came out just that fast the last time I was asked this question in the other live. Let's go a little further. Now, the star is Aquarius. We know Megan is an Aquarius. Justice is coming to the Aquarius. Why? Big D energy. If she worked her singles like she popped that thing, she would stay in the top 10. This girl focus and energy is all in the wrong places. So this is saying, allegedly, not only did she do something of that nature, she got cut off, and then here's the weight of the world on her shoulders. Why is the weight of the world on her shoulders? 10 of Wands. 7 of Cups, Temperance. 7 of Cups is not just considering your options. For me, this is the card of libations. So this is somebody who gave it up when they was drunk, allegedly. Bottom of the deck, the Hermit. You got sent on your way. Lord. Y'all, I'm trying to be respectable. I can hear my grandma talking about a wet ass in the empty pocket. Oh my God. So Knight of Cups, under the star, this means you offered your cup, Megan, allegedly. So you pushed up on him. See the big D energy, and then up under here, you got the Chariot and the Five of Pentacles. This is somebody moving forward, and you didn't get nothing out of this. You ended up at a loss. He paid you dust. What I tell y'all? The Emperor, Two of Swords. Paid you dust, cut you off, sent you on your way. Oh my God. End of a cycle. The Wounded Warrior. Y'all, she got so much stuff that's going to hit the fan by the time it's all said and done. There is no coming back. There is no coming back. I mean, if you still follow her when it's all said and done, and you still support her after all this stuff comes out, it's going to be so bad that when people are going to look at you and question your judgment as a woman, a slut, and a whore. Okay? That bad. And she got the audacity. Oh, that just led me to the damn lilies. Let me change the deck. Why is she posting these lilies? You know, she being childish. I need a childish deck. Okay. Why is Megan posting these lilies? Oh, okay. So you got Seven of Pentacles, Six of Pentacles in reverse. Seven of Pentacles, Six of Pentacles in reverse is she's bleeding money. It's a lot of things that she's sowing into that are not coming into fruition. Things that are happening are not bringing her any fruitful returns. She's trying to stir the pot because as long as she can keep her name in the algorithm, it's a good chance that she's going to make some money. This girl is in serious debt, y'all. Six of Pentacles in reverse is like being robbed without somebody holding a firearm to you. She got to hand over damn near everything she get. Bottom of the deck, the Star. This is her, the Aquarius. What I tell you, the powers that be, the ones that put her in the position that she's in. She literally owes them everything. And when I say owes them everything, I'm not talking about her success. I'm talking about everything she makes. Because of what happened while turning up Three of Cups. With the King of Wands, fire sign. So ain't that about nothing? You sat up here, played your part in what happened to Tori, allegedly to help these people, because these people wanted Tori. But the end result is you got high visibility and you poor as shit, okay? This is like eating ramen noodles in a Gucci flatware bowl. Looking like $1 million with a light bill that say shut off notice in your purse. Two of Cups in reverse. Four of Pentacles. You see this? Now we know that two people who she's up under are going through a divorce. You did this to get financial stability, but the financial stability is going to these people who are getting a divorce. This I know this girl's delusional. Because you sat up there and talked about that man so bad. But here it is. You were in love with Tori. But you cut him off for financial stability. And the financial stability falls under the Six of Pentacles and Seven of Pentacles in reverse. If that ain't the biggest bait and switch, what I tell y'all, this is the card of poverty. Five of Pentacles. She's in debt to the powers that be, allegedly, due to this situation with Tori. So all them high-powered lawyers, everything that they covered for you, you got to pay that back. And you owe a lot of money. Now, I pulled this energy before, and I tried to be respectful and not throw her under the bus. But look at this. Couple that's falling apart. And look at that. That's a child up under that. Didn't we just talk about a secret baby? Megan. Bottom of the deck is the Fool. Yeah, you've been playing the Fool a whole lot the last 4 years. Five of Swords. Temperance. Want balance to a new beginning. Arguing over your abundance. Because of something that you got caught up in over this big D energy due to you being someone's lover. And this big D energy also falls under the Four of Pentacles. So it's looking like she was trying to get next to Tori because Tori was abundant. Good sex, good money. Yeah, you went from poverty to having all your dreams come true because of what happened with this situation with Tori, because of the higher ups. Here you go, Star, the Aquarius. Well, damn. All these cards face down. What you don't want me to see? You got Tori here, Strength. Falls under this the Two of Cups in reverse. Which means, because Two of Cups is usually like twin flame soulmate. Two of Cups in reverse is karmic flame, pregnancy. There's Tori, the Leo. So, High Priestess, this was a huge secret. Queen of Cups. And King of Swords. So, oh, wait a minute. There's one more over here. The Emperor. So it was a secret around the fraternity and who could have possibly been the father of this baby. And somebody knew the truth and they was going to expose you. Damn it. Y'all see how this go back to this Jay-Z reading about the secret child? Somebody know the truth and they about to tell it and expose the business. And this is the Tower. The star. This is the tower. Y'all, hold on. Let me, because I got to get caught up to where y'all at. So she's going to wish she stuck with Carl Watch. I bet you she will. The devil made a deal with the devil. Okay, I know this ain't the real Jesus Christ, but yes, I did pray today. I pray every day. Thanks for asking. Okay, they ain't got to worry about getting rid of you. I'm going to do it right now. Okay, so if Meg don't stop running around, sleeping with everyone, she's going to end up with that nasty woman's disease like Suge Avery in Color Purple. Avid chatter. It's a miracle that I ain't seen the card of, you know what? Hold on. Pathway to journey. Y'all, pathway to journey means that eventually somebody's going to be released from a contract due to all this toil and labor. Official person. Yeah. Didn't Tierra Marie say that this is how she got released when she went to prom? She said she was on her way to prom and got this message and tried to call Jay and he didn't even answer the phone, wouldn't speak to her. Yeah, toil and labor, message of concern. He ain't gonna even say nothing directly to her. He gonna have his people reach her people. Poverty and the thief. Baby, that's robbing Peter to pay Paul. Robbing Peter to pay Paul. Message of concern with occupation. What I just tell y'all? I do confirmation and reconfirmation. I'm a medium. I don't even need these cards. MIA said the same thing. Oh, okay. Thoughts. You see this person sitting here thinking about this woman in the back? Look at that, imprisonment. Told y'all he was worried about going to jail. Occupation and the privileged lady. Adjudication in the community. They know once this thing with Tory goes back to court, they got to stand trial with the public opinion as well. Look at this. It's a wrap for the main male, and he's concerned about everything being over for good. We got that death card the last time that I tapped into his energy. Yeah, expecting a change. Because they know their time is up, y'all. Concern, the house, bad health. Okay? She might have that Suge Avery. Okay? What happened at the house? We know it went down at Kylie's house, right? But see, the card of bad health is not necessarily physical. Bad health can affect, mental health as well. And the house could represent, going into, one of those treatment facilities. Unearned income, the community. I've been telling y'all that money was spread around throughout the legal community with that Tory situation. My spirit guides kept saying coercion, that they have something on the prosecution where they could show that they were purposely messing with evidence. Expectation. It's going down, y'all. Boy, 2024 got hands and she's slapping the hell out of everybody. So I wonder how many times Jay gave Beyonce the nasty woman's disease. We be messed up if that's how she found out he was doing what he was doing. Do you think Nicki knows something about Meg and Jay? I will say this. I wouldn't put anything past what Nicki doesn't know, because there are a lot of sources that are, you know, bringing things to Nicki, because y'all, behind the scenes, Jay got a lot of people who don't like him, but they won't mess with him for fear of losing their career or what could happen behind the scenes. But she's definitely got people giving her information in real time that pans out, and I tapped into that a while ago. She's not getting anything that's not, valid. I'll put it that way. Can you read Remy Ma? Why is she coming out now? Okay, let's see. The 16-year-old who passed son is pursuing a paternity test and moving forward in court. So I didn't know she passed away. Justice for us, Remy needs money. Well, here's the thing. Ever since things went left with the guy who said that him and Remy was hooking up, it diminished her brand, because everybody looked at her and Pat Poose as Black Love. They were like the hip hop Huxtables. And, you see her husband, and it's like, how many men would have rolled through a sentence and held her down like that? So, yeah. Said Nicki is cool with Carl Crawford, and she has been talking to Kelsey. From what I know, she has a possible interview or whatnot that could possibly be scheduled with her and Kelsey, but she possibly won't do it, not because she doesn't want to. Nicki has to focus on going on tour, but it's bigger than just Carl Crawford and Kelsey and what they're telling her. It's stuff being funneled to her in every which way. People that y'all wouldn't imagine giving her information or giving her information. Okay, let's see. Tap me into the energy around what's really good with Remy. Nine of Wands, the Wounded Warrior. Ace of Wands. So remember what I said about, she's been affected ever since that, hit the blogs about her and the side dude. Wounded Warrior over the Ace of Wands. So, yeah, she took a huge, drastic hit when the story came out that she cheated. So, I'm late, but have you done a reading on Takeoff? I haven't done a reading publicly on Takeoff, but I do have readings in the vault where I want to say over 500 readings that I've done over the last 3 years that I've never released. He's in those. Him and what's his name? They look so similar. The jeweler that passed away down there in Texas. I can't think of his name, but y'all know who I'm talking about. The black jeweler, the one with the dreads, the one that had the real drip. Let's see, can I look into TD Jakes and Diddy and money laundering through the church and his new $1 billion connection with Wells Fargo? Honey, Wells Fargo ain't going to be touching him for too long. Not with the Fed sniffing around, but yeah. Let's see. Okay, so powers that be, Hierophant, the Chariot. They're cooling their jets on Remy. They're moving forward. They're moving on, leaving her behind. And this is what's complicating her life. It's like they're icing her out. Yeah, moving forward. And you see this is the star card, right? But this is a falling star. So that means that's her star power falling, diminishing. She took a real big hit when dude came out running his mouth. My thing is, you wasn't trying to be her new husband, trying to really be with her for real. Why you open your mouth? Why would you say anything? Let me go back because I want to make sure I'm not missing anything. Okay, so DeMarcus' mom says Ramirez Sadawath, his mother signed an affidavit before she died. She wrote on the affidavit that she was a minor. Oh, thank you for that, because I said that this is why he keeps tying it up, because everything, once it's solidified and this information comes out, it changes everything for him. Thank you so much, DeMarcus' mom. Let's see. I have a question. Okay, that's the TD Jakes one. Notice how Foxy has, Avid Chatter, I heard about that. Foxy had an untreated STD that caused her hearing loss. Tierra Marie was burning, and both of them allegedly linked to Jay-Z sexually. I didn't know that Tierra Marie allegedly had an issue, but it has been rumored that women who deal with him have issues with having children due to, thank you, Duke the Jeweler, Mystic Reads, due to having alleged issues with STDs. Yes, Duke the Jeweler, Queen B313. I have a reading with Takeoff and Duke the Jeweler. Interesting enough, the usual suspects pop up in both of their readings. So there's a lot of people that's tied together that are behind. Somebody didn't want me to say that. There's a lot of energy that's tied together that is behind both of them not being there. A lot of people who are in like company. And what I can tell you is this. The Duke the Jeweler reading was very interesting because it took a turn that I didn't expect, but I definitely understood it. From what I was shown, it wasn't just about somebody not wanting competition, because that's a big part of it. There is a so-called alleged jewelry chop shop ring. And there are some people who have large enough names for you to know who they are in the industry, who have, let's say they little goons and goonettes, they little cousins, to snatch chains and to do such things on their behalf to get this jewelry so that they could bust it down, take the actual gemstones out of it, and sell them wholesale so that they can be sold back to the public. And because this is going through a channel that sells this alleged jewelry, they don't have to worry about getting busted, because when you have expensive jewelry, the gemstones have a signature that is etched on them through a laser. So when you take it to someone, just like you go to a chop shop, they're not worried about the VIN numbers or everything, because everything they need to do is there in-house. So they could take that same laser, remove the etching that's on these stones, and etch their symbol on the stones, and then flood the street with them. And these, poverty-inflicted artists who are living above their means, robbing Peter to pay Paul, put people in situations to where they will end up set up and had their stuff snatched so that they could take it to the chop shop and have it bust down, and then they get their percentage out of it. So, yeah, I thought that was interesting that I was showed that. Let's see, Zesty Fireman. I heard that syphilis can't cause deafness. I believe it was demonic working against her. I don't know whether it was Bay or Jay or Little Kim as people think. Um, it, I would say untreated anything over a matter of a few years, especially syphilis, can cause mental illness and a few other things. Um, if you have followed like the big gangsters and the people during Prohibition time, there were people who ended up suffering from mental illness and they went mad from having syphilis that was untreated. So that also may possibly allegedly explain some people's behaviors. Okay, DeMarcus Mama says Duke the Jeweler from Chicago died in Texas. Yep. Will Jay-Z go down like Diddy? Hey, Susan Jones, I'm just not seeing you in the chat. Diddy has his way, Susan. He's going to take him down with him. And that's what I've been seeing. Said Boosie had his hand in both Takeoff and Duke the Jeweler's demise, and his behind ain't safe neither, allegedly. Avid Chatter setting it off. Said he is gross though with those gifts that keep on giving. I agree, Zesty Fireman, especially when you call yourself dealing allegedly with minors. You're taking away their right to not only choose but to be healthy and to have fertility when they're old enough to make the decision to have children. Yes, Avid Chatter, you just said it. Syphilis untreated can cause you to go blind and insane. Absolutely. And I was just saying that. Let's see, I have to go back and watch the live from the top. Hey, Frosty T. Is something wrong with Beyonce's son? He's a twin. Interesting you're asking that, Susan Jones. I had somebody mention this to me the other day, and it's quite obvious that they do not show this little boy the way they show the girls. We never see him talk or interact with anyone. And when I got to talking to my angels about it, they said that she went before a water deity, a female deity, to request children from this deity. And this deity is one that attaches to female energy and the energy of, like the goddess energy, right? So, because this is a female deity that only attaches to feminine energy, she got what she asked for, but the other child did not get the grace and the blessings from that deity because it does not work with or in masculine energy. So once again, you have to be careful when you tap into these energies and these deities and make requests, because you're going to get exactly what you ask for, and you have to be very specific when you tap in and you make a request, because they literally are only going to give you what you request. Nothing more, nothing less. Let's see. Okay, so Avid Chatter, untreated chlamydia can cause hearing loss as well as infertility. Okay, that sounds more up the alley of what could have possibly happened with Fox. I got shown two men who viciously beef publicly but are best friends behind the scenes who ordered these hits on rappers. Justice for Us, you're on to something, because that's what Nipsey showed me a very long time ago, and that's why he's exposing both these men, and he's working to tear these men down because they do each other's dirty work. Let's see, DeMarcus mom, Boosie and James Prince. Interesting. I had no idea about that with the chlamydia. Okay. I knew it caused pelvic inflammatory disease and infertility, but not deafness. I still always feel Foxy could have been spelled. You know what, Zesty Fireman? I'm going to tap into that and ask if that was spiritual or if it was physical. It could have been a spiritual thing that manifested physically. Did Quavo have something to do with it as well? Ooh wee. Terry Ellis, you're saying Jay Prince and Jay-Z. Well, it's a little bit going on between Jay-Z and Jay Prince because, for one, Jay Prince intervened on behalf of Carl Crawford. And for Jay Prince to do so, he got something on Jay-Z. And Jay-Z don't want him to unleash the cannons. See, Wack and Jay Prince. Okay, Avid Chatter says, there is no allege with Tierra Marie Angel. Ray J outed her on Love and Hip Hop, and he showed her pill bottle she left at his house when he had left her for Princess Love. Ooh, that's all bad. Beethoven cut off his ear due to untreated syphilis. Didn't know that. I knew his ear was cut off, but I didn't know that was the reason. If left untreated, it can cause issues in the brain and spinal cord. Absolutely, Songbird. Rain Star. Okay, let's see. This may be why Bay had pregnancy complications. It very well could be amethyst rose. And see, chlamydia doesn't just cause complications with the mother. It causes complications with the child because it also causes defects. So remember what I just said about the water deity protected the child because it works with female energy and the energy of goddess energy. So it left the little boy, vacant to whatever was going on. We'll say that. This may be why, I just read that. This is crazy. I think Henry VIII had it too. Zesty Fireman, back in that day, a lot of people were dying from STDs. Even in American history, they decided that they were going to turn a red light district into a legal place in New Orleans because so many of the soldiers were perishing from STDs that they wanted to make sure that they stayed healthy. Because STDs back then were not treated the way they're treated now. Like people were, going mad, losing sight, losing hearing, completely. Like you didn't want to be on the battlefield with somebody that was losing their mind due to a episode from the STD. Can I read on Monique's son? He was reading something, and the first thing came to me was that he was paid to speak against her. She said she wasn't perfect, so why is he speaking now? Okay. I'm going to tap in tonight. Jamal Jericho, okay. I don't know what you're talking about. Out of this world. You saying that the volume is down? Everybody else hears me just fine, but thank you. See, Jay-Z is the reason the feds was after him in the past. Uh, yeah, yeah, Songbird. You're referring to the situation where I want to say Jay Prince, Suge Knight, um, trying to think what's old boy name over at Murder Inc. Pretty much, it was like all these people came together and they were going to open their own distribution company, and allegedly Jay-Z snitched on everybody. Let's see. Yeah, allegedly he snitched on everybody and the feds got involved. This was the rumor. Yep, so be very careful of and tranquil spirits because they love to harm you and your loved ones. There are also spirits that can mimic other spirits. If you are initiated, if you are, I guess that's if you're not initiated, stay away from the underworld. I would just say stay away from dealing with anything spiritually that you don't understand, period. Because when you're dealing with these spirits, it's not their job to make sure you understand the terms and conditions. Let's see. Yeah, so it's crazy. I think Murder Inc. fell off after that. They sure did. And at the time, they had Ashanti, and Ashanti was doing big numbers. So I want to say Ashanti's numbers, her sales were higher than Beyonce's at the time, and then it was like everything kind of flip flop. Nobody wants to talk to you about car insurance. So let me see. Let me go off into some of these questions. Let's tap into the energy around Monique and her son. Hold on. That's a lot of cards. We're gonna try that again. Monique and her son. Is there someone putting Monique's son up against her? Or is he coming from his own account? Yeah. Allegedly, somebody rushed in and possibly offered him a large amount of money. Okay, so Page of Pentacles. Page of Pentacles is like, that's like going off into new financial agreement. Forward movement and expansion. This feels like somebody knew that he was having alleged possible financial issues. And this is someone who, you know, is of a higher level. Okay. Believe it or not, guys, this feels like what possibly got him to come forward and speak up. Allegedly, somebody was considering their options, and this was a celebratory moment for them, for him to speak up and speak out. But this is going to backfire because this is going to put heavy weight on someone. So it was a TP that put this sun up to this. Look. Ace of Pentacles, King of Pentacles. This is a very wealthy man that did this. Someone that Monique separated herself from. Deal done in secret, allegedly. Yeah, forward movement and expansion, like hastily getting away from somebody. Tower. Him coming forward was supposed to bring a tower. So, you know, this is the arguing, the conflict, the back and forth between them over him coming forward due to judgment. Yep. Third party, this was their way of bringing a tower. Y'all, here's the kicker. It looks like they promised him that they were going to pay. But after he did it, they didn't give him a dime. So it all ends up being for nothing. And now you're facing judgment over your actions. Ooh, baby. That's crazy. But I will say this, though. I don't like the way that Monique handled this. I understand Sydney is her husband, but he talked entirely too much. She should have handled this directly between her and her son. Because there's obviously some type of tension between him and Sydney, and it feels as if Sydney don't want to really be bothered because that's not his son anyway. Oh, look at the bots, y'all. They don't even know what to say no more. Is that a wig? I'll let you be the judge. You crack me up with that Sagittarius. Every time I see it, I laugh in my spirit. So is there anything I missed out on, guys? I'm going to do the thing that I was going to do with the transcripts on a later date, because I really want to dig into that and I want to be focused. Said, yes, she should not have released the text. She said, let it play out. So she should have been quiet. Even if she wasn't quiet, I feel as if she should have, Sydney should have fell back. He should have allowed her to handle the situation with her son, between her and her son. But her coming out with those texts afterwards, it didn't come off feeling good. Let's see a Tori reading. Justice for us. What exactly would you like me to tap into with Tori? So I just want to know, where is Clive? Hell, Clive might be like Mr. Burns somewhere in one of them damn hyperbaric chambers. Foxy Brown reading. Okay, Sharika, what would you like to know about Foxy? You said an update on the case. Okay, I could tap into an update. Is Jay going to have a Diddy moment? Allegedly, I see the energy around it. Let's see. Oh, you said, damn, Sydney is so zesty and cinnamony. Oh, my goodness. Let's see. What's the... Okay. Let's see. Is Megan going to be exposed? Cashmere, left, right, and center. I don't give out kisses. We'll keep watching. Oh, thank you for the Cash App. I appreciate it, DeMarcus Mom. Farnsworth Bentley. Okay, that's a new one to the chat. Show me the spiritual energy around Foxy Brown. How does this relate to Jay-Z? Show me the spiritual energy around Foxy Brown. How does this relate to Jay-Z? Oh, thank you, Zesty Fireman. Said, dear Angel, please, could you read on Foxy and whether she was, okay, Hexter silence. Is she ever going to have that? I remember that question. Okay. So this is confrontation. Okay. This is someone who is possibly argumentative. Oh, wait a minute. Y'all, it was two cards that almost jumped clean out the deck. It was the Eight of Swords and the Ace of Swords. Now, that's like being binded over the truth, or somebody can go to jail over the truth. What is this? Okay, being binded, stuck, and trapped to somebody through toxic energy. This is someone, you know, she has a lot on her heart, because this is like remorse and regret. Okay, the horn. I guess that was a confirmation. Oh, the death card. So what is this that has remorse and regret over something coming to a final end? Six of Coins. Six of Coins is unearned income. Somebody, possibly giving someone an allowance. So allegedly, some kind of money that she could have been getting may have stopped. Four of Pentacles. Four of Pentacles represents stability, and it's supposed to be stability for like generations, which is supposed to be a wish fulfillment. Arguing over money coming to a crawl. Something's going on with money, allegedly. Walking away from a relationship with somebody. Toxic energy that offered a romantic relationship or attachment. Somebody who is considered to be like family or a family situation. So allegedly, it's like it's heartbreaking because there's some kind of conflict here. It's becoming a theme, y'all. Whatever the truth is can bring everything to an end. And it's going to bring judgment, final judgment. Once this woman tells the truth about everything, and even this money, allegedly, so it's like if she talks, she has to choose, but she has to choose her stability or walking away from being taken care of, allegedly. There's some kind of either a contract or some paperwork involved. Y'all, this is looking like a tower that has to do with a minor, something that could be seen. This is like video or surveillance with a minor, allegedly. This is love and abundance, potentially with a child. And I'm going to tap out of that. The Songbird, they said that Foxy was messing with Haitian Jack too. Interesting enough that you bring that up, because I want to say that it was allegedly said in an interview that, I want to say this was Keefe D, said that Foxy was in the car with Haitian Jack the night that everything went down with Tupac's demise. Let's see, young girls are impressionable. That's why grown men prowl on them and take advantage of. The adults should always be held responsible because they know better. I agree. Oh, look at this genius. Kev, you have 2 ears. Yes, I think everybody that has a head has 2. So I've heard that Foxy gets an allowance from Jay-Z, and that could be the alleged tape with Jamie Foxx. Ooh, Foxy and Jay-Z and a trans woman. It will still exist somewhere for sure. Ooh, wee. Yeah. Why does Megan have a guardian? I seen you in the chat before. You always pull up right before I'm about to get up out of here. Why does Megan have a guardian? That's a damn good question. Because I haven't seen you all night, I'm going to tap into that for you. Alrighty. Angel, spirit guides, and ancestors. Why does Megan have a guardian? Five of Swords, Four of Cups. I'm going to put a strong allegedly on this. There's something attached to anger issues. Oh, you said baby Tate. I had to see what that said at first. Something attached to anger issues. Four of Cups means that there is possibly a problem with controlling personality or personality issues. Allegedly feels like manic or bipolar. Now, when you got the Seven of Wands, you got the Hierophant, and you got the Ten of Wands. This is a burden that had to be handled, possibly, allegedly, in a court of law. Somebody had to, how do I say this? Because I want to be respectful. Somebody had to possibly go before a judge to get her evaluated, allegedly. Two of Cups and the Hermit. This affects all her love relationships. This is why she ends up back by herself, allegedly. Y'all, there is an issue, and it spiritually, I want to say allegedly, this feels like someone is like a pendulum, someone that can't be controlled. It's like almost like a light switch. They can literally pop in and out. She may have trouble with sleeping, which also affects this. Okay? And when people have disorders that could be considered manic, you have to make sure that they rest, that they get ample sleep, because allegedly, if they have these types of problems that affect them, they can become violent due to being paranoid, allegedly. Now, this is like someone being betrayed while working, but what this feels like spiritually to me is that someone who could possibly feel like everyone could possibly be against them. This is someone who has a situation that they allegedly are paranoid. Yeah. I'm trying to be as respectful as I possibly can, but um, it almost feels like, I just gotta say it, allegedly. This is totally alleged because I am not a doctor. I can't diagnose anyone. This feels like schizoaffective, paranoid, schizoaffective, allegedly. Let's see. Megan's old friend said Nikki ain't lied about anything in Bigfoot, but when Nikki said apologize to your mother, one apology is needed for hitting her mom. Oh, wow. Megan had, let's see, Angel, has Megan had a sexual relationship with her guardian? Um, I kind of tapped into that in the last reading, and allegedly, if that's T. Ferris, when I did the reading on the Bigfoot lyrics, it came out that she had dealt with this person, but not after her mother passed away. This was something that was ongoing, allegedly. So, did Megan hurt her mother? Did she hit her mother? This was a card of fiery passion, full steam ahead, the moon. It feels like they've been covering up this energy for a very long time. Um, I've gotten for a while that, drinking is not good for her because it taps into a volatile energy. So this is probably why they are afraid of her drinking, because of her being volatile. Okay, let's see. We gonna get you out the way too. Now you can believe in being blocked. There you go. I hear many in one with Megan. Um, Funny you should say that, justice for us, because as you were saying that, I literally in the back of my head I heard Sybil. Megan tweeted about slapping her mom. Wow. Hey, Niecy Pooh. Okay, so we've got, this Three of Wands, which is like being sent away, or, your ships coming in. Yeah. This is also a part of what allegedly slows down her money. Four of Cups. Yeah, this is a huge secret. The High Priestess. Five of Pentacles. This is somebody being locked up or locked away. Was she committed? Because we're looking at the Hierophant, the Ten of Swords. So this is like feeling betrayed because somebody went before the jail to have you locked away. person was telling the truth on you. Songbird. Oh my gosh. You just cracked something wide open for me. Oh my gosh. Hold on. Notice how she never talks about her dad for real. Well, I don't think you want to talk about him if that's what he was actually locked up for. Crazy how that feels like that's the energy around a lot of what's going on with the secrets that could be coming out in Alive tonight. They should have really looked into Megan's history of anger issues during that Tory Lanez trial. She even has a mug shot in the history for being hostile. Yes, yes, that's true. She got arrested for being volatile with her boyfriend at the time. Replay Gang, Kanye was beating Beyonce before his album got taken down. Interesting. And they took his album down swiftly. I mean, swiftly. Yes, let's talk about her father. Goodness gracious. Yes, so he's saying allegedly, because you know they sending bots over here, so they don't tell him who watching, but they said allegedly Jay-Z wiped his record from the internet. You can't even find the father's record anywhere, Angel. Oh gosh. That means somebody had it sealed. Her mom was locked up as well. Miss Ken, I heard that. Allegedly, from what I heard, her mom was a booster. But I also heard that her mom possibly was a corrections officer, and that's where she actually met her father, allegedly. That was the rumor that I heard. We don't know if that's true or not. That's probably why Megan is so promiscuous. Jeez. I wonder about what fragmented Megan as a child. Uh, there's a deep trauma. Um, when I tap into Megan, her energy, I want to say starting between, it's like between fourth to sixth grade, there's something that literally splits everything and fragments her mind. And I'm hearing you weren't there for me. Sorry, Angel Kisses. Oh, I don't know what you're apologizing for. I said, DeMarcus' mom, I believe that's possible. It's crazy how she said that one bar in her song, but her own background isn't the prettiest. Songbird, that literally blew me away because, I mean, you would think if that's what's the deal with her father, that she wouldn't even touch Megan's Law because her own father falls under that law. And to be honest, I never heard anyone say anything about why he possibly was locked up. They never said why he spent the majority of her life in prison. They just talked about when he got out, he passed away within a year of getting out, and she really didn't get to know him like that. Sounds like a crazy childhood, a very dysfunctional one. Uh, I wouldn't put it past Camel Face to have records wiped from the internet. Let's see. at Songbird Wright, and she is trying to, hold on, she is trying to come for Kenny. Yes, Megan does have a half sister on her dad's side. They look similar. Yeah, so y'all is deeper than you think. It apparently it is. Yes, and my guides won't let me dive into it because it's too dark. Justice for us, that's exactly why I tell people I don't really like to tap into Megan's energy, because it's like going into an attic, and it's an it can be overpowering at times. Like just say you go into an attic and it's just so many different things in that attic, and you got to be careful. Make sure you don't trip over this, you don't step on this doesn't fall over on you. It's There's so much going on inside her head. I just wish that, somebody could sit her down and start doing some therapy with her, because she needs intense therapy. Uh, said Anne Heche, or maybe all of these people are victims in the showbiz, in my opinion. You always say her mind was tangled. Yeah, that's why I don't really like to do her readings. The best way I can describe it to you, like, I'll tap into the energy around her, but I don't like to tap into her directly, because it's like there's a young girl like sitting on the floor with her arms around her knees sobbing, and then there's all these obstacles around it. Um, like if you ever seen the movie 13 Ghosts, where all these different obstacles in the house were created to keep the demons behind the glass walls, but when the walls move, they get out and they move around. That's what it's like tapping into her energy. Her energy is very murky. But that explains why she has so much rage when it comes to men, if this is, true. Why she always ends up in a situation where she feels like the victim and she's so angry with men, allegedly. I wonder if Nikki knows about that dad alleged being. Well, I tell you what, enough barbs are in this chat. If she didn't know, she will. Yeah, I heard that Megan's dad was allegedly taken out. But you got to ask yourself, why, what happened, especially with, if he went in under those circumstances. Did he do something that somebody felt was unforgivable and they decided to exact justice? Or was it something that just happened? Megan does that. Look how she came for Tory, and she's the one with the record for domestic violence. I agree, Sanvi, and good to see you. I haven't seen you in the chat. Let's see. Yes, her energy is awful. Anybody who has tapped into her has felt it. Yes, circumstances never matter. I don't like to tap directly into her energy, because it's very scattered. It's very how do I say this? It's and I'm not trying to be harsh. It feels demented in a way, like if you've never witnessed a demonic possession, that's what it feels like, allegedly. Just like Party said, the work you need is internal. Yeah, I agree. Let's see, protect your energy, angel. If it's too much, don't do it, love. Oh, I'll let you guys know when it's too much. I definitely will. Thank you, Songbird. Um, the interesting thing about Megan's energy, I would have never tapped into the whole situation with her and Tori had it not been for her coming forward to speak and she couldn't keep up with her stories. When I started catching her slipping up with what she was saying, I said, now I knew this didn't feel right, it didn't make sense, but I'm gonna make some sense of it. And when I started tapping in and I wanted to know and I started talking to my angels, it became very apparent to me what actually happened. And Tori was railroaded, but you know, here it is, he's independent, and then you've got an institution that he's against. Not even just the law, but the industry. He's got a whole institution against him. It's extremely hard to fight against the institution when it's just you. It's not impossible, but it's very hard. Said, what's with these creeps pouring in? It wasn't like this before. Circumstances never matters. I want to say since my Grammy Live, I have been getting spammed like you wouldn't believe. I mean, spam to the point where it was thousands and thousands of trolls. I mean, they're here today, but it's way less traffic. So hopefully they get bored with us and go and harass somebody else. Justice for us, it says, like her mind is like a jigsaw puzzle on a Rubik's Cube of illusion and delusion. Yeah, absolutely. Wow, the 13 Ghost references. Wow. Elizabeth, that's what it feels like, love. It's like, you know, when the people were literally in the center, they were in the core of the house, and you've got these demons, these spirits, all circled around them, and they were literally just one step away from a demon getting loose and attacking them. And see, the sad thing about the industry is the industry likes fractured people because it's easier to put things on them and in them because you don't have to break them to do it. So I feel like they got sent here to cause trouble. Well, I think they got sent here to cause, you're right, to cause trouble in the comments because I don't know about a lot of the other readers' pages, but I attract a lot of seers. There's a lot of spiritually talented people, and there's people that are in the industry or friends of people that are in the industry that are in my comments. And they're trying to keep us from communicating with each other and tying things together because I have a high level of accuracy, and a lot of you are very spiritually gifted. And this is the type of exchange they just don't want. Megan places her previous problems on others. Her dad / Kenny Tori, her ex, she caught a charge for beating him up and pulling a pow on him. Thank you for mentioning that, Sanvi, because I had said in the past, the song that Megan did, the Diamond song, her and Normani on the Birds of Prey soundtrack, she talks about pulling one on somebody and not being afraid to, you know, cock it and, you know, let go. So it's like if they were going to use Tori's music or anybody else's music, that song was out before they went to court. And she has a record of being violent. Why in the world was that not used? Because if they're going to go off into music, then that sets a precedence for building, you know, her character before the jury so that they could see that she has the propensity for this. And then you follow up with the fact that she's faced charges for such said behavior. Sending you love and light. Thank you, Songbird. I greatly appreciate it, and sending plenty to you. Thank you because I'm telling you, you lined some things up for me that I didn't want to say, but I was pulling on and just bowed just like that. When she made the first IG post, I knew it was some BS. Um, it was not just the first one. When she came back with the lavender hair and the big chain and like the 1.5 tears, it felt very weird to me that somebody would dress up and get their face, like, I mean, hours of makeup, get beat, get, you know, fine, just to come on and have a moment to tell us about something that possibly transpired. Usually, when you're having a raw and real moment, you don't care about, being put together and looking like you're on your way to a video shoot. That's the moment where we possibly see you with your makeup off, your hair down, or pulled back in a ponytail holder, and you just let go. So it just all felt like a production. Said, I don't mind being a moderator if you need extra help because these bots are out of control. Listen, circumstances never matter. That's why the title of this video is "No Bots Formed Against Us Shall Prosper," because these bots are way out of control. I don't know what package they paid for, but I'm telling you, they got the elite package. Said, very off topic, but do you think Bobby Brown is going to be off soon? Interesting, avid chatter. What I will say is this. Here's something to think about. Whitney is no longer here. Her catalog went to Bobby Christina. Bobby Christina is no longer here. Her living relative is Bobby. If Bobby is no longer here, think about who now gets the catalog. Doesn't it all go to his wife in the end? Crazy how that all works out, which means it all goes back to the industry. It's out of the family. Did Jay-Z set Chris Brown up? Let's see. I'm going to use some oracles versus using tarot. Okay, we're using the Panther Oracle and the What's Tea Oracles. Okay. Show me the energy around Chris Brown and what happened to him. Was Jay-Z involved? Crazy how this popped out. Now, y'all know that he is one who studied immensely under Michael. So instead of, him being the impersonator, he was next up to take Michael's position, to be in that energy for this next generation. Drama starter. Ooh, caught a case. Sexual infection, sexual disease, rash. See how this keeps popping up in the energy attached to what gets close to Jay-Z, allegedly? Let's see. Because I want to get up to date with what y'all saying. Wolf in sheep's clothing. So, could it be allegedly these two actually got into it over something like this. Look, y'all. Wolf, hold on. Wolf in sheep's clothing ain't shit. Dodging bullets, blocking negativity, escaping crazy people, protected by haters. Now, I always thought this card was crazy for the way that they worded it, but protected by haters. So if he's eluding these people, trying to get away from these people, and allegedly Rihanna is being protected by haters, and it's into you, good chemistry, great vibes, positive, falls under drama starter. Oh, avid chatter. Okay, Zesty says, yes, Angel, I believe Jaguar said that was what their fight was about because Rihanna, had given him whatever Jay-Z gives young women. Allegedly. See what's under the deck? Creeping. Ow, and it fell out. Creeping falls under what? Caught a case. Hustling, making it rain, focus, money, getting it. So the wolf in sheep's clothing, once again, spreading money around allegedly to cover situations up, allegedly. And of course, somebody's ego would be hurt because it says hurt ego, getting in the way of relationship, etc. Hunted by romantic affair. Y'all, that would have you hunted by a romantic affair because you're scarred. You're carrying something from here on out, allegedly. Child services, kids at risk of being taken or about to reporting something, neglect, abuse. Now, let's remember the age range between the both of them. They were teenagers at the time. So, allegedly, to see child services, that means somebody would have had to be a minor. See how this keep coming full circle, y'all? Allegedly, somebody would have had to have been a minor. Scarcity tactic. That means somebody literally is trying to figure out what's the best way to handle this situation because this is a no-win situation if information hits the fan. Creativity steals your ideas, copies your work, duplicates, and feeds off of you. Now let's remember, guys, Chris Brown did a lot of writing and producing on Good Girl Gone Bad. And if you know, then you know that album would not have been what it was without his energy and influence. But who publicly got the credit for the idea of that album and the whole entire success of it? Crying over you, obsessed lover, karmic friend, forcer, oh gosh. Happiness hater is the one that came out. But we got karmic friend, crying over you, obsessed lover, reflecting, and looking you up. That's like controlling, like stalker type energy. Inside scoop. A closer look, nosy up in your business. Y'all, if somebody takes a closer look and this inside scoop comes out, you see this? Bankruptcy. So allegedly it's looking like somebody been paying a lot of people to be quiet. I agree. I'm gonna say you said the ground trembles a bit when Tory father speaks. Um, that's a huge reason why Tory is coming home, because his father has such a strong relationship with the Most High. He literally called God to come down personally on the steps of that courthouse. And I want y'all to pay attention. It's only been a year. And look at how everybody who's involved secretly and publicly, lives are being affected since he called judgment. And God is going to see that judgment happens on his behalf. We said if you get into in Jay-Z's way, it says he destroys exes, Tory, Chris, and uses both guilty women to do his dirty work. Allegedly, Amethyst Rose, that's a very interesting statement. And see, moving, bad habits. So he was forced to move on, which allegedly pushed him into bad habits. It was a coping mechanism. Well, damn. Half a deck just flew out. Let's see what this one is. Grudge holder. Now, pay attention to this grudge holder. This is somebody burning candles, abusing divination. So, look at this. Kissing ass and uninterested. Chris wasn't going to play the game, y'all. Yep, kissing ass. Forcer. Forces things on you, forces their way in, uses force to get what they want. Moving on. Thanks. Thank you. Next. Didn't I say somebody passing money around? Clout hungry. Says anything, does anything, makes shit up, dramatic. Talking shit. Dust it off. Divination abuser. I just said this, didn't even know this was in my hand. So Chris has been fighting spiritually and physically. I would not be surprised if this is the reason why Chris surrounded himself by gang members for protection. He been fighting a hell of a battle, y'all. It take a lot of mental and spiritual strength to fight like this, against something like this, something that people can't see, stuff that people think, makes you crazy. And you see this? Didn't I just say that I saw this earlier? Haunted, romantic love affair. So even though he's moved on with his life, he's doing whatever he needs to do for himself, he's always tethered and attached to this situation. This man got a lot of skeletons that he can't afford to have start falling out the closet. And the common denominator allegedly that I keep seeing tonight is minors. Yeah, it said he got on the Pyru and wax, same person Tory under, and we back full circle. So that explains his new music video. I haven't seen it, Kaylin. This man been fighting for his life this whole time. He been fighting for his sanity. Let's see what this other deck of oracle says. Because I mean, was the tea, I think, said enough, but let's put the nail in the coffin. Robbery, loss. Yeah, this is referring to somebody who lost their career over all this stuff. Okay, it says you mean angel numbers. Okay. That's why Tori and Chris linked. Okay. Care. So, robbery and care. Y'all. This is a strong allegedly. This is a very strong allegedly. But this is looking like he got robbed of a chance to have a child and to have a family with Rihanna. Let's see, with minors being an issue with Jay-Z, has there been anything inappropriate with Blue and Rumi, allegedly? Ooh, that's a loaded question. Card of loss. That's two cards of loss, robbery and loss. Didn't I tell y'all he fighting for his life? He's been literally, he's been robbed of the life that he was supposed to have, the career he was supposed to have, the family he was supposed to have. But he still finds a way to tap in and stay calm. Friendship and homeless. So, you know, this represents when he was, you know, being pushed out of the industry. And there was a small group of people who stuck by him. And that makes sense, y'all, because remember when he came out with Deuces, he was banned from the radio. Everybody had iced him out. And then he came out with that mixtape with Deuces. And remember, Tiger helped him do that mixtape. And Deuces went wild in the club and in the street. And just like that, Chris was back because the street accepted Chris. Pap Babe, oh, they got you. Yeah, calm. So he had to learn to pray. He had to learn to meditate, how to tap in, and how to get himself together spiritually. I mean, this would cause a dark night of a soul that would cause a spiritual awakening for sure. Y'all look at this. Didn't I tell y'all he was fighting for his life? Right. This means somebody was putting spiritual energy against him, allegedly. Yeah, said Chris still gets treated like trash until this day in the industry. Wow. Thank you, Justice, for us. Tori taught Chris how to pray. And there it is. The friendship, the calmness, the meditation. Meditation is a form of prayer, so thank you for that. Yeah, he had to pray because he was constantly under spiritual attack. Homeless. This is him being isolated and kicked out of the industry. Now you got stubbornness at the bottom of the deck. Stubbornness is not a bad thing here because it's like his unwillingness to walk away and quit is, you know, like speaking to his tenacity. It came out, y'all. It came out. This is somebody doing warlock intense spiritual work against someone. And that falls under the care card, which is the mother and father and the newborn. That's him again being ostracized. Question was asked in the chat if Desiree was Jay-Z's handler. I didn't see that one, but thank you for reiterating it for me. Hey, KK, thank you for subscribing. I'm going to tap into that. Yeah. So stubbornness falls under robbery. So he refused to give up even though they stole the life that he was supposed to have, the career that he was supposed to have. Over what? You see this? What happened at the car? Because they got into it in the car, remember? Loneliness falls under loss. So after he lost a large amount of his career, he found out that he was blacklisted. You know, he had to sit to himself, and he had to find a way to heal and to put himself back together again. You see all this stress, all this stuff going on in his head? But that's all that stuff going on in his head. Remember how I described Megan's head, y'all? These spiritual attacks were being sent to him. They wanted him to lose his mind so that they could build this narrative around him being crazy, and it would fit because they were sending him this energy to make him lose it. Said Trinidad ain't nothing to play with. My ex-husband is from there, and they have a witch doctor on call for everything. Yeah, killed his career attached to what happened in the car. But y'all, look at this, stress and trap. He knew somehow, some way, y'all, this was a setup. He was lured into this situation. And allegedly it's looking like daydream. Daydream in reverse. So daydream in the upright would be that he's imagining all of this. In reverse, this is people, you know, thinking that you're crazy. But he's in sound mind, y'all. He not tripping. This stuff is really happening to him. And this is why, you know, you see this friend teaching him how to meditate, how to pray, so that he can tie everything together. See this? Homeless and trapped. Man, y'all, Jay got a lot to answer for and a lot to pay for. So allegedly, it's looking like the reason why they couldn't tell the truth about what actually happened between the two of them is because it would tie back to him. And the question would be, when did you two start dealing with one another? And the answer would have been allegedly when she was a minor. Now, I'm going to do Desiree, and I'm going to make this the last one of the night. It's always interesting to me, y'all, how much Desiree looks like Amel. Now, some of y'all in the chat may not remember Amel, but Amel was on that Jigga What, Jigga Who, that song. And every time I see her, it throws me because it's like, dang, this chick looks so much like a male. You get a chance, look up a male song, The Quarrels. That was like the beginning of the end for a male with her career, because she was speaking to the powers that be and letting them know that their time is up, and they didn't quite like that. So show me the energy around Desiree and Jay-Z. Is it possible that she could be his handler? Okay, King of Wands. So this would be him coming out. Death. Y'all, what is this that's going to happen that she's going to be the end of him? Y'all, look at this. Temperance, balance through a new beginning. Four of Pentacles. That represents stability. Now, Pentacles in time represents years. Now, if you look, oh, wow. Y'all, now remember what I said about Pentacles represent years. Now, notice this isn't a card of Pentacles, but they're using the same image. 4 years. Look at this over here. This is like, you know, being offered a large sentence or a 1 to 3, which could be up to 4 years. Didn't she already snitch on her husband and 70 cartel members? Y'all, allegedly, she's going to be offered the opportunity to possibly testify and tell the truth. I'm hearing sealed records. So she may not make it to the stand. She may do a statement and they'll seal it for her. To all my intuitives in the chat, I want you to guess what this next card is and who it's attached to. Cashmere. You tapping into something. Yes, Justice, for us, 2024. Now, if you've been, Susan Jones, if you've been with me for a while, then you know my card that describes the persona versus the person. Queen of Wands is the hot girl because she represents fire. This Tory Lanez thing is going to blow up real bad. And it's falling under the King of Wands. Why would she be the end of him? Look at this. 8 of Swords. 8 of Swords is jail. Somebody do a shot for me in the chat. Walking away from this relationship so that you can get balanced through a new beginning because they offered you something. Allegedly. Y'all. Now, Princess of Wands represents a messenger. That's somebody coming in swiftly. The Hermit, Ace of Wands. I'm sorry, y'all. I laugh at the wicked every day. Thank you for putting the drinks in the chat, y'all. Thank you for putting the shots in the chat. Whoo! We gonna put those up as spiritual libation. Because, baby, the angels and the ancestors are speaking tonight. Well, I guess if I was them, I'd spam my chat too. They don't want us talking to each other because look at what comes out when we talk to each other. You see this? This is somebody. Y'all, this go high up the food chain. This is somebody highly established offering an opportunity of ships coming in. This ain't no regular prosecutor, y'all. And this is a wish fulfillment. Now, y'all got to think about... Ooh, y'all got to think about Puffy said he's snitching, right? Allegedly, Puffy is snitching. He is upset because Jay-Z has separated himself. Now, for y'all who OGs who've been following me, thank you, Amethyst. Justice. That's why I said I love it here. Y'all tapped in. Justice for us. Y'all read or comment. For those of y'all who've been following me, remember I did that reading, My Ambitions as a Writer. And I talked about how the president was tapping in on this situation with Puffy. If this could represent anything, y'all, this card for me represents it's above me now. It's above me now. God got involved and he's taking this to the highest adjudicator in the land. And it's a wish fulfillment. Oh, thank you, Zesty Fireman. I forgot to put some likes on these. I got to go back and find all of these and put likes on them. Y'all, I don't know about any other medium and tarot card reader. I haven't heard this from anybody else. And y'all probably won't hear this anywhere else. Sleepy Joe ain't that damn sleep. I told y'all when I did that reading that he was going to go meet with Suge Knight, that meeting was a Trojan horse. He's about to take one stone and literally kill 32 birds. He's about to do a clean sweep on the industry. Yes, election year 2. This will solidify this man in history. The president who solved Tupac's murder and cleaned up the entire industry and the trafficking rings. No wonder she gonna say what she need to say to slide on by. Y'all remember she already got a presidential pardon, so why wouldn't she say what she need to say if this is who's involved this time? Like my spirit guides, they got the jukebox going in my head. I hear Mary J. Blige, I'm going down. It's going down, y'all. What's the group that Rockefeller once had? Christian, Up in Smoke. That's his theme song. I ain't gonna sing it on here because ain't no telling who watching. They probably send me like 35 strikes for a song that they don't even care about no more. But the chorus is that watching my life go down up in smoke. I think that was the Up in Smoke album, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, thank you, Amethyst. Listen, I told you I tap into the angelic realm. God wants things heard that nobody else is tapping into. These people, time is up. So the Hierophant card comes to mind. Yes. Agent Orange is linked to this too. Listen, Agent Orange being petty, he making his rounds because he had to go down there to Fulton County and slap a couple folks and put them on blast before he made his way back around. But y'all, they literally are doing a sweep of the industry. This is the first time you will ever see a sweep like this in your life. They don't need these people for their influence anymore. When you sign those spiritual contracts, your end date is already known in the spirit realm when they give you your start date. And just like Puffy, Jay-Z is 54. 54 in numerology breaks down to 5 plus 4, which equals 9. 9 is the number of completion. All things end at 9. Once you get to 10, 10 reduces to 1, and that's a whole new beginning. That is temperance. Whew. Yeah. Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a damn minute. Had to light a cigar on that one. I told y'all gonna need popcorn all year round. Y'all go y'all gonna need popcorn all year round. You know how many people this man has crossed that have never been able to say a word, ain't never been able to get their lick back. Oh, it's about to be the lick back season. This is lick back season. Yes, at the ground underneath me, I can feel the vibration. Hey, it's definitely a shift. Oh, thank you, Elizabeth. Y'all are the sweetest. SFG, you got to watch the playback, especially the last 10 to 15 minutes. Lord, have mercy. Oh, y'all, the bots done ran out of shit to say. We I stumped the bots. They had to tell me I was gay. Like that was supposed to hurt my feelings and throw me off. Okay. I'm not gay, but if I was, that's that is not gonna change the energy in the room and what we just tapped into. Poor little tink tink. Let's see. So she definitely will play the victim role, but don't forget how she played Curtis at the end of Dreamgirls. Glad you brought up Dreamgirls because Dreamgirls tapped into that energy at the beginning of the reading when we talked about the Florence Ballard effect. Oh my goodness. Sending tobacco up to the ancestors, because justice is coming down, y'all. Elizabeth and everybody in the chat, thank you for allowing me to share my gift with you. Yeah, I said the Barts are over. All over Fitz. Oh, Puffy. Listen, Mystic Reese, I appreciate you so much. Oh, thank you, sweetie. Say you get a drink and flowers tonight. Listen, boy, look at that. Y'all, my mods is working overtime. They doing the Lord's work because y'all tearing these bots up. Said Beyonce does not get to walk away unharmed. Amethyst Rose, spiritually, from what I'm seeing, she's gonna catch it in the worst way. It's almost like she gonna catch a stray. That's why it's talk of divorce now. Why? Because a spouse cannot testify against the other. Well, that's why he don't want a divorce, because he don't want her to be able to speak up and say anything. But you know, Virgos are slick that way. When you got artistic Virgos, everything you need to know about their life is in their music. What did she just come out with? 16 Carriages. What was the song 16 Carriages about? Isn't it about tapping into lost innocence between 15 and 16? And she did it in the most unexpected way ever. She put it in an art form that nobody expected her to even be a part of, and made it one of the biggest top selling songs in Apple Music history. Made history with this music. First black woman to ever go to #1 with country music. And if you pay attention, it might be an omission. It could possibly be a statement without testifying, because you got to ask about whose damn innocence was affected between 15 and 16 years old. And it makes you think about, where was mama and daddy knows? And what do y'all know about this? Megan said, thank you so much for your reading tonight, Angel. You're welcome, baby. SFG said, you've been here for 4 hours and I'm too upset at myself for forgetting. I know y'all got into some things. Well, you know what? I've had a lot of people contact me, said that they're just not getting the alerts. They don't even know until they actually see me live. And I think it's because the kind of stuff that we tap into, they're trying to bury me. But the ones who need to see me, see me. And that's why they keep flooding, my chat with bots, because there's some very important and interesting people in my chat, and some very tapped in people in my chat. They don't want this meeting of the spiritual energy and this meeting of the minds. But see, what they can't do is stop God from getting his point across. It's gonna come out. Who is this saying, oh, I know you could throw it back? ah, I'm not drinking currently, but I've been known to, handle my business. Let's say this reading was good tonight. Thank you for sharing. You're welcome, baby. Gratitude, Angel. I was so excited for this live. Oh, thank you, Justice, for us. You know what? I still, like I said, I didn't get into what I wanted to get into on this live, thanks to, I don't know if I can mention the person who sent me this information, but I was sent the transcripts to Tory Lane's last trial, and I was going to literally go through the transcripts and read the transcripts and read in real time everything that was in the transcripts. But I think what was said was more important because spiritually, God has already told me, and I've told y'all, Tory is coming home. But it seems like God wanted everybody to know what the punishment was going to be for the people who put him in a position that he's in. So there it is, y'all. We gonna watch their lives go down, and they're not gonna be able to put their lives back together again. Tory's going to regain his freedom. He's going to regain his name, his integrity, but they will never, and I mean never, be able to rebuild themselves again. Yeah, said that I'm still going to dissect the transcript because y'all, here's where the real bones to this case, where they could have busted wide open, was. EJ the stylist. EJ practically gave everything that needed to be given to Tory's defense, and they just let it just fly clean out the window. He let it be known that it was Megan's bag, that a so-called thing that looked like a taser was in her bag. He let it be known that Megan was being problematic towards Kylie, and he had called T. Ferris to say, hey, she's becoming, out of line and belligerent. It's time for me to get her out of here. So he literally gave us everything that we needed. And here's something that he said to us that people didn't even realize was that important. He told us that Odell Beckham had come to this kickback at Kylie's house, and he brought another white gentleman with him that was a football player, and he, Odell Beckham, and that football player didn't drink. And I believe he said it was 12 people there, and out of the 12, they were the only three that didn't drink. And from around 1:30 to 4:30, they had polished off like almost 5, 6 bottles of liquor. Now, I don't know if they were pints or if they were liters, but that's a lot for people to be drinking with no food. So being that he's telling you who the sober people were at the party, why didn't all the sober people get sequestered to come to court? And low key, y'all, how long has Kim Kardashian been messing with Odell Beckham? Because here he is at her little sister's party. When did they really start kicking it with each other? Because they just not coming out to the public. How long did they know him, and how long were they dealing with each other? And why wasn't Odell in court? It said he pulled that bag in the trunk. Yep, and the bag was in the front where Megan was sitting. Yes. Not only that, he took all the stuff out. EJ took all the stuff out to his vehicle because he was supposed to take them home, because he brought them. We'll put the cigar out now. He brought them to the get together, and he was going to take them back home, but Megan refused to allow him to take her home. and she took all of the bags out of his vehicle and put them in the back of Tori's truck, and they had him to solidify that that's where everything was. Nothing was in the front. So Megan had to go and get that bag and put it in the front herself, which means she knew what was in the bag the whole time, and she pulled that bag in the front so that she could have access to what he thought was a taser in that bag. Let's see. Defense was trying to impeach her because she lied about Tori harassing her, and that's why she went to the police. But the prosecution said no evidence of that was given between the 12th to the 14th or the 16th. Thank you for the Cash App, sweetie. See, listen. EJ gave us the treasure map to where the bones were buried. The defense failed on their line of questioning. I wish I could have been a defense attorney, because, honey, I'd have lit that courtroom up like New Year's. By the time I was done with EJ, it would have been no questions that needed to be asked from that point on out. Because EJ literally let it be known that Kelsey got so inebriated that she passed out in the pool on the floaty. He went and got her out the pool, took her to the bedroom so that she could lay down and not drown. Make sure I wasn't missing nothing. So when Megan was told to call Tori so that Kylie and Tori could talk because she liked his ideas with quarantine radio, Kelsey was in the bed sleep. She didn't hear nothing. She didn't see nothing. She didn't know nothing. She got woken up when EJ came to pack the bags to get Megan out of there, because Megan was becoming belligerent and she was out of line. Why didn't the defense ask about what Megan was saying and doing when she was becoming belligerent? Describe, her behavior. What was she saying? Thank you, Lady J. What was she saying? What was she doing? What made him feel like this was the deciding factor where, okay, I got to call your manager. I got to make an executive decision. It's time to go. What did he think that she was doing that was going to destroy her career or her opportunities? Let's get you out of here, because you don't know how to damn act. You can go on about your business. Those are all very important questions that should have been asked. What was she saying? What was she doing? What made you feel and believe that you needed to remove her from the premises? Who was still at the house when Megan came back to get her flip-flops? What did they witness when Kylie threw her ass out the house? Why did Kylie throw her out the house? Because all of that leads up to what transpired once they got back into the truck and the altercation eventually happened on the way home. Yes, Kylie should have been on that stand. And I feel like the reason why they weren't on that stand is because the defense that was sent to Tori's main job was to keep certain people out of court. Oh, we got the slow bus pulling up. Yeah, I just got to... Thank you, Avid Chatter. The time I stole your friend's cat. Honey, I don't even like cats like that. Oh, look into that. Oh, my goodness. So I think she threw her out because she was acting belligerent. Absolutely, circumstances never matter. That's why I said the defense should have made them actually elaborate on what she was saying and doing that made EJ feel that she needed to be removed from the premises. That's why Sean Halley was the advice the Kardashians, yeah, gave to Tory to keep them out of court. That absolutely, Sam V. That was her main job. And when she convinced Tory to stay away from the Kelsey angle and to not include certain people and bring them into court, once she got that commitment out of Tory, she bailed on him because that's all she was there for. Now, ask yourself, y'all, what happened between her and Doja Cat that Doja is in a video with a horse carcass, fabricating the meat, okay, and throwing it to the demons and the wolves? What happened? People mad at Nicki, but they smooth let Doja just tootsie roll on through with that one. Oh my Lord. Yeah, I said girl hands would have been thrown. Who does that? It says Megan left and came back. Is what she ran up on Kylie and Tory and then got kicked out. Kylie and Tory was the only ones. Hold on. Kylie and Tory was the only ones at the house other than Corey, Kris Jenner's man. Well, see, here's the thing. They never told us that everybody left. So that means that people would have cleared out the house before they left the first time due to some kind of incident or altercation that happened. So when did the other guests leave and why did they leave? Was it popping off and people was like, "Oh, I don't want no parts of this. It's about to go down." Like when did everybody actually leave? Good God, I have not seen this horse carcass video. Um it's one of the videos that Doja just came out with like in the last few months. If you Zesty Fireman, if you go on YouTube, put in Doja Cat disses, or what is it? Did Doja Cat diss Megan? And you'll see just exactly what I mean. Because people were trying to figure out, was that Megan she was talking about? And I'm like, well, who else would be represented by a horse? Let's see. Straight facts. I guess the untrained male horse do. Doja knows the truth about Meg. Listen, she slaughtered that damn horse in the video, and I was surprised that people didn't call for that video to be banned. But because I guess they see Doja more as pop, they didn't they didn't see the bigger picture. But let Nicki had done a video sitting here. I think it's the Paint the Town Red. I think that's the song, Paint the Town Red. Something about the song where she calls herself a demon, talking about painting the town red. That's the one where she's sitting there with the carcass, literally cutting the meat and throwing it. Yeah, a whole horse on a table. See, I knew I ain't the only one seeing it. It's the Paint the Town Red video. Thank you. Well, she referenced Hennessy in the song. She sure did. She said something about Hennessy and drinking from a straw. Thank you, Landon. Landon Shin. They're actually bunny ears, but thank you. Yeah, animals' rights would have come for Nicki. They sure would have. Peter would have fell out and fainted. And now Megan is a snake. Now, if Doja mess around and we see her skinning a snake and she walking around in a snake cat suit, then I'm going to know what's up. Paint the town red. Zesty Fireman. That's the video. When you see it, you're gonna be like, oh, this is so blatant. Said Nikki would have never heard the end of it. Listen, everybody's still talking about Nikki was talking about that girl's mother. And I said, now this is how I know how many of you failed English, because she never said anything negative about Megan's mother. She talked about how Megan needs to apologize to her mother. That is totally different. Yep, it says that said that when we think of Hennessy, we think of Megan. No, what's sad is that Hennessy posted a picture of a metal straw and they added Megan with pink italics. That had me sliding off my damn couch. I said, now Hennessy, y'all done came through with the product placement being messy as hell. Cameron Carter talking about lying on your dead mama. Listen, I finally just got that out of my head and now it's going to be back for 2 days. Said, I do know the song, but I never made the connection. Not short, but shorty here. No. Listen, that's the effect of Doja. She slid that one straight on through. Yes, Hennessy was shady as hell for that. I saw that picture. I put it up on my community page because once I was able to breathe and I stopped laughing and I turned back a regular complexion because I was red as a beet, I had to share that because Lord have mercy. I said everybody is getting in on this. Now you got Elon Musk and you got the NFL all quoting Nikki. And it's, rumored that they could be courting Nikki and Doja Cat, or Nikki or Doja Cat, to perform for next year's Super Bowl. Would that be very interesting, y'all, if the both of them came out and performed for Super Bowl next year? Wonder if she got, let's see. Wonder if she got paid from Hennessy. I don't think so. I think Hennessy was just, being shady because of all that free publicity with Nikki talking about her drinking Hennessy out the bottle from a straw. And then she went live talking about, if I get to number one, I'm going to put the straw back in the Hennessy. So Hennessy just felt like, hey, we might as well get in on this too. Yeah, I don't think Hennessy endorsed her because she got too many issues, connected to when she drinks. That's why Dose don't want her out, doing that boat shit no more. Said Mega Green Snake Bongo. She's wearing green and has said green is her favorite color. The same color as same color as the Pow Pow in the car that her security gave her because he was out of town. That's why the Pow Pow went missing. Sadvi, ooh-wee. That's saying a whole lot. Damn. Just when you thought the trolls was taking a nap. Said the fact that she proved Nikki right that she a straight alcoholic. Well, here's the funny thing. Y'all, Nikki decided to be quiet and focus on, preparing for her tour. And soon as Nikki decides to be quiet, the song falls off the chart. So to me, that proved the point that if Nikki had never paid her any attention, the song would have never charted. Yeah, Hennessy played in her face. They sure did. The fact that they did a pink italic when they added her was extra shade because that was Barbie pink at it was Barbie pink at that. Let's see, they didn't do anything to Doja Cat, but was all on Tory for putting cow legs in his video. Crap, yeah, Cap, that's crazy. Listen, and the and that was so out of context because it was way out of the spectrum of the time period for when things happen. They were just grasping at straws. They was trying to find anything. So they came out on horses. Megan, don't think that don't think through posting herself drinking, Henny through a straw, trying to troll Nikki only confirmed her alcohol issues. Yeah. It said, and it wasn't registered in Texas. Okay, y'all talking about that pow pow. Which means if it's not registered in Texas and you're not the actual owner and possibly, allegedly, may not be licensed to carry due to certain issues that cause you to have a guardian, that's a whole nother situation. Because if you have issues that cause you to need a guardian, chances are you will not get licensed to carry anything. Yeah, Hennessy not paying, they got free promotion, right, Princess Pooh? They was just being shady, and it was funny as shit. Said, didn't you hear Megan also confirm when she was laughing on that live, trying to troll Nikki, that she used to be so drunk she couldn't remember anything? Circumstances never matter. I didn't watch the whole live. I just saw a snippet of it. But I would not be surprised because anytime I tap into her energy, I get the energy of someone who completely taps out. And if that is true, it, it is something that happened quite often. And that's why she don't want to say nothing, because part of it is she don't know what really happened. The other part is she knows she lied, but it's too late to take it back. Yeah, alcohol and mental issues do not mix. No, they don't. And usually if you have the type of mental issues where you have to take, yeah, I don't know, but my spirit guides don't lead me wrong. They said Lexapro. I don't know. That's what they said. But if you have to take something allegedly like Lexapro, you cannot drink, because you will have spells where you completely, are out of, your whole situation. His due process and constitutional rights were violated. If no one was a victim the night the car was pulled, why wasn't everybody treated the same and tested for fingerprints and GSR? That's a good question, because Sanvi, allegedly, what I remember hearing is that they wanted to take Megan in, but the only reason why they didn't take her into jail is because she needed treatment. Now, what I'm confused about is, usually if you need treatment, they treat you and they still take you to jail afterwards. They make sure that you're okay, they get you situated, and then they still take your happy ass to jail. So that means a phone call was made to intercept her possibly even going for testing and going to jail. So the rabbit hole goes very deep with this one. It says, talk and why the courts didn't find out the Pow Pow's owner is wild. Never seen that ever in a true court of law. All paid off. Said it was supposed to happen just as it did. The plot is tricking. Hold on. Tricking, the dominoes are about to fall. Phyllis Ballard, I believe God allowed it to happen the way that it did, because once everything is uncovered and the truth comes out, y'all came for one person, but God is going to take this as a dragnet and pull all these people connected down. It's going to flip the whole system. Was Megan jealous of Kelsey? Good question, Cashmere. I believe, and I gotta say allegedly, but spiritually, the energy that I pull up is that Kelsey is more like who Megan always wanted to be. Kelsey is outgoing. Men love her. She's attractive. She has a way with people. People like her. She's very cordial. And Megan, in some way, is like they're saying socially awkward. If that makes sense. So many bots coming out to play. Yeah, always when Meg is mentioned. Absolutely, Zesty. That's why I try to keep her towards the end. But I see that they're showing up anytime I mention The Rock and Megan. You're right. Keywords, Lady J, bipolar, allegedly. Um, I I kept hearing more like allegedly, possibly schizoaffective, and my spirit guide said Lexapro, allegedly. Circumstances never matter. Yes, ma'am. She sure did say she used to be so lit she couldn't remember nothing. She gonna, you know what? Thank you for telling me that, because when I did that reading where I said Megan, and I know it's some barbs in here and they remember me saying this. I told y'all that Megan was gonna get so comfortable due to this situation with Nikki, she was gonna mess up and say something that the defense was gonna be able to use in court. That is something that they can use in court. Oh, sweetie said your phone died. We about to get out of here in a minute too. That is something they can use in court against Megan, because if you are a blackout drinker, did you black out that night? Do you remember what actually happened? How many times do you black out when you drink? See what I mean, y'all? And I told y'all that Megan's gonna have to be careful about what she says, because what she says is going to free Tory. See, I didn't watch that whole live, so I really appreciate all of y'all coming in here to keep me updated, because I certainly said that she was gonna run off at the mouth getting too comfortable. Mind you, they had the serial number of the Pow Pow that Cat take. Oh, Cat Tails. Okay, I like her channel. Cat Tail read it off the police report. They could have found who Pow Pow it was by the numbers. Absolutely, because that means it would have to be registered. And if it wasn't registered to a certain person, it definitely had to be ordered through a store, and that means they would know what store actually had that make and model. Absolutely right. Let's see, Zesty Fireman says Cashmere on one reading. Angel said she was allegedly jealous of Tori flirting with Kylie that night. I did. Let's see, Beezy, what happened? I just came on. Oh, baby, you we about to get out of here. A lot happened. A whole lot happened. See, Jay-Z saw an opportunity and went to work. Sounds plausible. Definitely sounds plausible, Amethyst Rose. Circumstances never matter. It is keywords for sure. Some channels ask their viewers to use code names so YouTube won't bother them over saying, yeah. Well, we just gonna have to start coming up with some nicknames for these folks, because they love harassing us over here. So is the judge going to get caught up for being paid off? Cashmere, you might have to go back to some of my Tory Lane's readings, because what my spirit guide said is Tory's lawyers have evidence of coercion, and they told me that very clearly. So everybody gonna end up, on the wrong side of right with this one before it's all said and done. Said just looked up Lexapro, and why is one of the side effects sexual side effects? Oh, wow, Elizabeth, I never knew that. I never knew that. So, does it, here's the thing, does it make people who take it hypersexual? And if combined with alcohol, does it make you black out? These are very, very important questions. God is doing a cleansing and revealing evil. Absolutely, Amethyst. Ambush 7 Garcia. Hey, baby, how are you? Yeah, Kelsey is charismatic. Yeah, and that's what Megan wants to be. Kelsey has a way of being diplomatic. The way she talks to people, it's like butter on hot toast. She's smooth. Yeah, certain names trigger bots for sure. Y'all, we gonna have to come up with some nicknames. We gonna use uh Camel. Yes, Camel Face. Um, let's see, which one can we do for her? Camel Face and Goodfoot. We gonna refer to her as Goodfoot. It says, and I'll call the Queen of Wands. Ha! Henny. Oh, you know what? We sure can't. That's even better. We'll call her Henny. Camel Face and Henny. Lydell, we ain't gonna do Blueface tonight. I'm about to go ahead and wrap this up because the rabbit ears might fall off my chair. We do Blueface tonight. We're gonna have to tap into him later. Just know he's still sitting in there. And update, y'all. Remember they said he was supposed to get out in July. Now his manager is saying that it's looking like he gonna have to do his time. The where they go? The Barbie Uno cards told y'all 2 to 4 years. And if I'm not mistaken, if he does his time, he's facing 2 to 6. Yeah, they should have brought up her domestic violence charges and bring up her pulling out that pow pow on her ex. Absolutely. They ran it and they know whose pow pow it is, and they sealed it that as well. Yeah, I heard that they sealed it. Camel Face and Henny from now on. Absolutely, Zesty. That's what we're gonna call them. Camel Face and Henny. That way we could talk freely, because I'm tired of this. Uh I definitely enjoyed you all. I want to just go ahead and wrap this up, call it a night. Whoo, y'all. Look like these folks in anger got one too many times. And before it's all said and done, everybody gonna have to get up on the good foot. So I'm gonna go ahead. Oh, thank you, Cameron Carter. I'm gonna go ahead and wrap this up. I appreciate you all. To my moderators, oh my God, y'all are the best. And I love y'all. Many blessings to everyone. And I always pray for the highest protection of anyone that comes in my chat. because this is a gifted bunch. It's not just me. There are a lot of people who come in my chat that are spiritually anointed and gifted. And they get nervous every time we get together because y'all already know when 2 or 3 gather together, it's already done. But I'm just floored. Maybe next time I get on this chat, y'all, we can tap more into the inner workings of the relationship between Henny and her mom. Y'all, look at that. They tried to throw me, they tried to throw me out my own live. Literally, it disconnected me. They tried to throw me out my own live. With that being said, y'all, good night. Y'all see that? I said we gonna tap into Henny and her mother's relationship to see why Nikki said she need to apologize to her mother, and they tried to throw me out my live. Now I'm definitely gonna tap into it the next time we come on here, y'all, cause it's something to that. Oh, you said, Auntie, you always do your big one. Thank you. Y'all, now I know it's time to get out of here. The bots is asking me if I'm a damn Swiftie. Thank you, Elizabeth. I thank you to all of you. And I will see y'all next week. Make sure you go to my community page, because I always post on a community page when I'm going to go live, just in case everybody's not getting their, what do you call it? Y'all, look, y'all know what I mean. Y'all not getting the alerts. And if you're still not getting the alerts, do me a favor. Um, you know, go back and hit the subscribe, unsubscribe, and subscribe again. And that way you should be getting your alerts all over again. But thank y'all so much, and good night.